Emily's turning into a superstar. See, I can hear. All right, thank you very much, Emily. Um, Josh, before we get started, we have a new face in the room. How about making an introduction?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Taylor DuPont, a new employee at LSO and the budget fiscal team.
Thank you. Welcome. Welcome, Mr. DuPont. All right, well, let's get started. Welcome to the last meeting of the Revenue Committee for 2022. So at least the Joint Interim Revenue Committee. Could we please call the roll on this historic second to last day?
Senator Baldwin. Here. Senator James. Here. Senator Pappas.
Here.
Senator Schuler. Here. Representative Baker. Here. Representative Gray.
Here.
Representative Hallinan.
Is he excused?
Representative Henderson.
Here.
Representative Jennings.
Here.
Representative Roscoe.
Here.
Representative Sweeney.
Here.
Representative Yin.
Is Yin online?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, excused, for sure.
Co-Chairman Harshman.
Here.
Chairman Case.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Emily. Everybody, welcome to this meeting. Appreciate everybody being here and kind of appreciate the spirit of heading out on our last meeting. I hope it goes well for everyone. And so I don't really have any opening remarks. Do you have any, Mr. Co-Chairman?
No, Mr. Co-Chair, appreciate everybody's work and so we've come to the kind of the finish of this process. So appreciate everybody's hard work.
Me too. So the first item on our agenda is the K-12 education revenue topic. And Mr. Co-Chairman, I think you have worked very hard in this and maybe you can tell us where we're at.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we had a little subgroup work on this. Senator Schuler and Pappas, Representative Yin and myself, we met 3 times and working on the proposal from the Northern Arapaho tribe last fall. And recall, Mr. Chairman and members at our management council, the directive was to try to look for new revenue sources of 50 million a year or more. So looking at maybe some really large ideas. And so we sent out these requests for proposals. We had a couple that presented to us back in the fall, in our fall meeting. So we've worked, the 4 of us on this subgroup, this working group, we met 3 times. Worked on it. We've got a bill draft, but I don't know if we think it's ready for prime time yet. And frankly, I think it needs a few more weeks of work, frankly. And we just got it last week. And that's just the process and that's not a problem, but I just think we need a little more time. So I guess, Mr. Chairman, the 4 of us have talked about this. We're going to just keep on working on this over the next 6 weeks. Maybe we bring it as an individual bill, maybe House Revenue or House Committee sponsors it or something, or however, or a Senate committee. But anyway, so Travis McNiven is here, who presented the proposal, and maybe he can add some more updates to that, but kind of where we're at and answer any questions of the committee. And then I have probably a few questions for him as well. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Is there anybody else on the subcommittee the working group that'd like to say anything? Anybody? Travis, would you mind? And you have someone back home on the line too?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I hope that Claire Johnson is available online.
Is she available? Should we bring her in at the same time?
If she's on, yes, that would
Yeah,
be good,
let's do
Mr.
that.
Chairman.
So, Mr. McNiven's yours.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Travis McNevin here on behalf of Northern Arapaho Business Council. As Chairman Harshman said at the earlier this year, co-chair Stephen Fasthorse and Claire Johnson, the in-house legal counsel for the Northern Arapaho, did present the idea to the Revenue Committee, and that committee's, that idea being just in very short review, or summary, the idea of a very targeted, very specific partnership coordinating with the state of Wyoming through the legislature. Very limited and targeted potential for a Class 3 gaming facility to raise that revenue that was talked about. This would be separate, of course, and happy to answer any questions along those lines, but to be clear, it's very separate from the way the tribe does gaming now. This would not be anything to do with IGRA or the Indian Gaming Act. This would be under all state authority. And then those facilities, the idea was to look at and identify maybe some state parcels, state school trust parcels, again, creating a separate revenue stream. In addition to the gaming facility would be a lease of state school trust lands. And so the idea being that there would be at least 4 significant ways that this would raise revenue. In this case, to go to K through 12 funding, that would be the commercial lease of the school trust land, the percentage that the state would receive, appropriately receive through of the gaming activities. The third one would be the indirect revenues, direct and indirect revenues in the area. And then the fourth thing that would be particularly of note under this proposal is that by working with the Northern Arapahoe Business Council, that instead of the project owners' revenues leaving the state, be that wherever it may, Vegas or Atlantic City or Ireland or offshore or wherever, that all of that would stay in the state as well, and then be turned over in Wyoming's economy as well through additional, those funds staying in the state and then being spent on additional projects and businesses and such. And so Northern Arapahoe Business Council certainly felt that this was an idea worth bringing to the committee in response to the Revenue Committee's request for ideas and proposals for K through 12.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. McNiven at this point? Mr. Co-Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just so I'm just typing notes while you were visiting. So I typed down commercial lease. So it's not like this isn't any kind of transfer of lands or anything like that. This is school trust lands, what we're talking about, just to be really clear for folks who are listening and members here, that it's really, we're talking about a commercial lease like any other commercial lease on state trust lands.
Back to you, Mr. McNiven.
Thank you, Chairman Case. Representative Harshman, that is correct. Sometimes there is confusion, or people would assume that this idea would involve taking land into trust. The tribes sometimes do, or trying to, there's sometimes when land gets taken in trust, it gets taken off the county rolls, for example, and then when tribes across the country own that land or take it in trust, they one of the options can be a gaming facility of some type. But this, to be clear, this has nothing to do with, this idea does not involve or contemplate anything like that. This would be strictly a commercial venture. The state would, continue to own the state lands. Obviously, there would be a commercial lease, and that these facilities would not be under IGRA at all, because it wouldn't be under that thing. That it would be under the Wyoming Gaming Commission, just like any other entity that the state would work with to provide, in this case, gaming in a Class 3 facility. So yeah, nothing, no land into trust, none of that sort of stuff. Pure commercial partnership, coordination with the state of Wyoming.
Representative Roscoe, do you have a follow-up, Mr. Chairman? Representative Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McNiven, have any locations been considered at this point? have you looked at any specific locations?
Go ahead.
Chairman, Representative Roscoe, excellent question. It's the one that is begged to be asked, of course. And the Business Council has in fact, as this, in this interim since we last met, certainly looked at, and by looked at, I mean hired a third party that does these sorts of things to look at the state. What is clear from that is that any facility or any location would certainly have to look at out-of-state populations strongly, and which is, in our view, a good thing. One, because that is looking at out-of-state revenue, from folks that aren't in the state, and there are or populations and folks that are coming, traveling, recreation, tourism, that sort of thing. And so those are key elements of that. And so any site, any location would have to have elements of that, and of course engage with local communities to see interest if there was. And so I'm a little bit remiss to name names, but certainly I think that out-of-state populations and people going through the state are certainly key from what we have learned.
Anybody else? Senator Pappas?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I being on the subcommittee, I'm very enthused about this possibility of being able to raise the kinds of funds that it can raise for the state and for, in particularly education. Certainly those lands, the trust lands that we did look at are, as you might guess, close to population centers outside of the state. So we're looking at Laramie County with the Front Range, and certainly looking at the west end of the state, with Utah being so close, Salt Lake City in particular. So the committee did spend an entire meeting discussing locations. Certainly there's probably a number of them in each location, and that'll have to be worked on further, and certainly the local jurisdictions, the counties, the cities in those locales will have to be brought in, and we'll have to work with them because there has to be buy-in by everyone, or else this will not fly. And so those are some of the things that still need to be worked on, but this has a potential of taking these school trust lands, which are, at least the parcels that we're looking at, are typically only getting grazing fees right now, and turning it into substantial income for the state and for schools in particular. So I really believe that something could be something beneficial could really come out of this, and we need to press forward. As the good chairman said, we don't have a bill draft yet that's ready for prime time, but I do believe that we will have one by session, and I'm hopeful that we might be able to do something this year to get this thing kick-started. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Mr. Chairman.
Who was that? Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr.
Nice to see you.
Mr. Chairman, one thing that in part of this that I'd like to ask is workforce housing. Should that, in the subgroups workings, in your opinion, should that be part of the bill, or have the tribes contemplated workforce housing, no matter what location they build? It, in my mind, would be critical. Do you have thoughts on that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sweeney, I do not believe that we have, got that far down the road at this point, but I certainly think that any construction project of this magnitude needs to be addressed, and I think that goes back to Senator Pappas's point of conversations with local leaders, county officials, state, et cetera, and then look at the size and scope, and then, the phasing of any construction and what that workforce would be needed, or what workforce would be needed, per phase example, or et cetera. So obviously, something that certainly needs to be considered, but as far as, a direct answer for you today, I'm just to be determined at this point.
Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question, I guess, after working with you, Travis, is that do you feel like that the potential for maximizing our state lands will not only be increased, but also the amount that we're able to put back into education will we really see the type of, I know that it's hard to throw this out there, but do you really believe that we can get triple, double the amount that we're getting with leases with this potential with the Northern Arapaho tribe?
Mr. McNiven.
Chairman,
Can
Senator,
you beat- can you beat grazing fees?
I was going to say yes. I would, working with the state lands office in the past on other things that I have done or looked at. I am certain that a commercial lease of this type would not be just double or triple a grazing lease. It would be significantly more than that of any type of commercial lease on state trust school lands of this type. It would be much bigger.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know in other states, they've done some things similar to this. I'm just kind of wondering if the potential to leverage not only the lease, but also the potential for, sales tax and that sort of thing. I guess my question really comes down to that. If the Northern Arapaho did something of this nature, would we still be able to get sales tax because it's an entity of the Indian Nation? I guess I don't understand how that works.
Thank you, Senator Schuler. Mr. McNiven.
Chairman Case, Senator Schuler, again, very good question, and that goes back to the point of it being a commercial venture, just like any other business or individual would. And so, if this idea was to move forward, sales taxes of state level, county level, lodging taxes, anything that would go along with all of this would be paid.
Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I was just curious, what would take priority, a grazing lease or one of these commercial ventures?
Mr. McNiven, if you can, we also have folks from State Land Office here, so we'll be able to maybe address that too. So go ahead, if you can.
Yes, Chairman Case, Senator James. Senator James, my understanding is that we would be working with the State Lands Office and looking at how that needs to be addressed.
So I guess potentially could you, if there was a existing grazing lease, potentially that lease could be compensated for this activity on the lease. I mean, there are different ways that could happen, but back to you, Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just be really concerned about that because for families that depend on those grazing leases for the existence of their farm or ranch or whatever, I think that if they've been using that for years or decades or however long their ranch has been in existence, I think that should absolutely take priority. I mean, if they don't want any more, that's one thing, but that should absolutely take priority. I mean, that's the backbone of our entire state is the ag. So, yeah, that should absolutely take priority as those grazing leases. So I think that should be considered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to respond to that?
No, Mr.
McNiven?
Chairman, point made, and I believe that at that point in time, we would work with the State Lands Office and certainly take their counsel of what would be the appropriate way forward.
Thank you. Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know what, I believe, and maybe, I see the Assistant Director is here, maybe you could speak to us, or the Deputy Director, but I believe that the charge State Lands is to get the best and highest use, as much return from the property as they can, from the leases as they can. So I think that's the priority. I don't think the type of lease is a priority. I think it's the return on the lease. But we could have the department speak to us about that.
Yeah, and we will, Jason, we'll probably get you up here and maybe talk about what lease preference means and kind of a big overview. Yeah, absolutely. Senator James.
And just a quick follow-up and just a kind of little pushback on that, but we as elected officials are in charge of looking after the people of Wyoming, not money. So we should be looking after the interest of the people, and that should be protecting those grazing leases. If that's their interest of the people that we represent, then that's what we should be looking after, their interest, not the dollar sign.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Senator James. Anybody else questions? Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned IGRO, the Gaming Act. So for this, for this new establishment, would the tribe set up a new entity that would just be acting under a different set of rules, or would the tribe establish a new entity? Thank you.
Mr. McNiven.
Chairman, Representative Baker, again, this would have nothing to do with IGRA. The Northern Arapaho does have, of course, two casinos in Fremont County on the reservation lands, and they operate under IGRA, and all of the accounting and best practices and so on and so forth are done through that with the oversight. This would not be that. This would be a completely separate venture, like you said, a new entity, a separate different board of directors, for example, or management regime that would report to and be overseen by the Wyoming Gaming Commission.
Anybody else? Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Travis, when I was taking notes on your opening comments, you mentioned two things, really, this indirect revenues, what do you mean by that, I guess? And it kind of, you talked about a Wyoming entity, which would be the tribe, of course, but how does that, what was your point on that, I guess, clarify?
Mr. McNiven.
Senator Case, Representative Harshman, my point therein is there is like any any project of any size, any business comes in, there's going to be a lot of indirect expenditures. Workers, construction workers, at the hotel room, or eating meals or dinners or taxes, to Senator Schuler's point. And so as we look at this idea for revenue, there's the four revenue streams: state land lease, the rate that on the gaming revenue, the gross gaming revenue that the state would receive, just like they do for skill games or any other of the activities, gaming activities in the state. So there would be that the state would receive, but then there would be all of the indirect expenses, people coming to the location and buying, lunch and dinner and, those sorts of things, the jobs, the employment, the paychecks for employees, all of that would fall under those varying types of direct and indirect revenue streams that I mentioned. And then again, the fourth being that the revenue that the entity, or in this case, the tribe would have, would certainly stay in Wyoming, and central Wyoming, Fremont, and Natrona counties would certainly see a great deal of that revenue be spent instead of leaving the state entirely.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So our directive by Management Council, you know, the study topic that we had, are you confident that, I mean, that we can get to that level? I mean, we're not trying to raise another $1 million a year. You know, the directive was look at new revenue, not raise taxes on Wyoming people, but to find new revenues. 50 million or more was kind of our directive to think about big projects. So what's your thoughts? I mean, you presented it obviously last fall with that, knowing that stipulation, and you're still good with that and still there?
Mr. McNiven?
Chairman Case, Chairman Harshman, short answer is yes. The third party that, since this idea was brought forward, certainly looked at the possibilities that these facilities, I think, again, limited in scope, 1 or 2 locations would certainly meet the committee's desired goal.
Okay. Anybody else from Mr. McNiven? Mr. McNiven, did you want Ms. Johnson to speak, or should we put her on now, or how would that work?
Is she on?
I think she is. Emily, make it happen.
Ms. Johnson, if you could turn on your camera and start your microphone, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman. I feel that Travis has done a really great job presenting the proposal this morning. I just want to reiterate once again, though, that this is a commercial gaming venture that we're proposing, not something under IGRA. So Travis is correct. There'll be multiple benefits for the state as well as the tribe through doing this type of commercial venture.
And thank you so much. It's good to see you. Would you tell us your title? I know, are you the Attorney General or the attorney for, or how does that work?
I am the in-house counsel for the Northern Arapaho tribe.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Johnson? Mr. Baker, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question revolves around the entities and how those would interact with each other. And just assuming, not saying that this would happen, but what if one entity were to become in a violation of the act or the Wyoming Gaming Commission? How would that impact the other entity? Thank you.
When you say one entity and the other entity, I'm not exactly following what you mean by that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I think it was established that there would be 2 boards and 2 entities that would be running under 2 separate rules. So my question is if one of those entities had a violation, how would it impact the other? Thank you.
So you're, and just so I'm clear, you're referring to the 2 separate locations would have 2 separate entities, or am I missing something?
Well, I'm just trying to be clear, Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
in my mind. If the tribe is the entity that's operating both of these, then if there was a violation that, and I don't know how that works exactly with the IGRA, a severe violation, let's say, that were to put the license in jeopardy, how would that impact the other facility, the non-IGRA facility? Thank
bet.
you.
Oh, Ms. Johnson, do you think you got something out of that? If you could.
Yes, Chairman. So Chairman and Representative Baker, it simply comes down to this. It would be 2 completely different entities operating in 2 different jurisdictions. The tribe's current gaming procedures under secretarial procedures issued by the Secretary of Interior are self-regulated by the tribe and the NIGC. Any violations under that would be handled by the Tribe's Gaming Commission and NIGC. That wouldn't have an effect on the other one in the state because a commercial entity would be under the Wyoming State Gaming Commission. Any violations would be handled purely through the Gaming Commission. These would, be completely different businesses operating basically in 2 separate jurisdictions.
Anybody else? Ms. Johnson, this is Cale Case. Would the tribe's interest, the Northern Arapaho's interest, be held as, say, with a stock company, for example? Say that they formed a a corporation to hold the casinos and they own the stock in the corporation? Would it be an arrangement like that? And then the corporation would look like any other corporation applying for licenses in Wyoming. Would that be one entity or would they hold it directly? And I can see some advantages in there being a separation in the organization. So I throw it back to you. And I realize it's probably not decided completely, but back to you.
Chairman Case, I haven't had a chance to speak with the Business Council about how they would want to structure it. But like other tribally owned businesses, we have multiple that are set up as corporations that also do business with this, within the state of Wyoming. So I would want to talk to them before giving you a definite answer, but setting up in some sort of corporate structure would definitely probably be the easiest way to do it.
Thank you. That seems likely for me too. Any further questions for Ms. Johnson? Anything? Thank you very much. And Travis, anything more you wanted to add? I thought we might get Mr. Crowder to come up, and we don't mean to put you on the spot, but to talk about the possibilities, I guess, if that's all right.
Thank you, Chairman, and I would welcome his input.
Okay. Jason, can you give us a moment? Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Crowder, and good to see you. And maybe tell us a little bit about the art of the possible with this, or what you've been thinking about. Green light is what you're looking for.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate this opportunity. I'm Jason Crowder, the Deputy Director for the Office of State Lands and Investments. And I suppose I heard a couple questions come up from the committee in regards to this topic. The first would be towards grazing leases. Obviously, grazing leases are the most prolific use of state lands across the state. 98% of our lands do have a grazing lease on them. We also understand that this opportunity and any real commercial opportunity that comes to us doesn't take up the whole parcel. So we're typically talking about a 640 acre section, and commercial ventures go anywhere from 2 to 5, maybe 20, 30 acres, but wouldn't necessarily take the whole parcel out of production. So this is common. We see this across the state, mostly with ancillary oil and gas development, where we can have, a commercial venture at the same time as continuing the grazing operation. What we do in the weeds type process is require the new individual coming to that parcel or the special use lessee or applicant to get what we call a lessee consent form signed by that grazing lessee. And that's required, and it's intended to start that conversation between the new user coming on and the old user who was there to see if there's any impacts that can't be overcome, or at least have a conversation to identify those impacts. And if they can be overcome, that's fantastic. The conversation's been had and the form is signed. And if they can't, then we step in and we help in those discussions. We see if there are actual impacts or if this is just a meeting of two people who don't like each other, and we try to find a meet in the middle for them. They're also compensated through a surface impact payment. That is also a negotiated payment between the new user and the existing user. We try really hard not to get in that conversation because the best agreement is had at that level. We largely work in Cheyenne, not on each and every single parcel of state land, so we wouldn't have the best information to have that negotiation, so we require it to be there. It's a monetary payment. A lot of times people want to negotiate new fences or new roads or gravel placed somewhere here and there, but we require that to be monetary so we can track it, and obviously the state shares in some of that payment. But they're paid for not only the loss of use of that property, so the loss of forage and the monetary impact that might have to that existing user, but they're also paid for the nuisance of that new use being there. So it's not the other question I heard was about revenue. The minimum AUM fee on state lands is $5.38, I believe, this year, which is pretty nominal when you're only talking about 20 to 40 acres. But the nuisance of a new use coming on there is a much bigger impact, or taking away a cow has a lot larger impact than just the grass she consumes. So that impact payment goes higher than the $5.38 per AUM per se. So we require both of those things to occur. One, the surface lessee consent form to be discussed and signed by that existing user, and the surface impact payment to be paid. We do not take the acreage out of the grazing lease because they're getting compensated for it. So even though there may be, in this situation, a casino on those acres, it's still also held under the grazing lease. So if for whatever reason the casino leaves, and we also require reclamation of that use once they leave, it can go right back into that grazing lease. The way we interpret the statutes right now, if we were to take that out of the grazing lease and the casino leaves, then it would be defined as vacant land, and we would have to advertise those acres to anybody and everybody to come in. And so we're trying to protect those grazing rights for the amount of time that the other user is there. Sometimes that doesn't work. In the example of a coal mine, that coal mine is there for a very long time. And so it just makes sense to remove the grazing lease, and they still get compensated in the same manner. Mr. Chairman, I believe those were the questions I heard, but I'm happy to answer any more.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crowder. Was there any questions for Mr. Crowder on those lines? Representative Roscoe?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Crowder, I still hold that you have the hardest job in the state, honestly. But if a casino was proposed in a county, how would the county be involved, the commissioners and their planning and zoning rules? Thank you.
Go back to you, Mr. Crowder.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Roscoe, that's a great question. We really hope that there is a very good back and forth conversation with the county on how construction and development occurs. There's been some question lately on what is the set minimum that an applicant or a developer would have to follow, and we're working through those questions. But we for sure don't pretend to be smarter about what the local impact is from the development that's occurring, and really do need the county involvement in those conversations. So 99% of the time across the state, when development does occur on state lands, the applicant approaches the county first and tries to understand what permitting and what level of development or what level of minimum standards need to be adhered to while developing before they come to us. So they understand that the project is actually viable or not.
Okay, anybody else? Mr. Crowder? Senator James?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a multi-part question, so bear with me for a second. So when we're going to use a casino as an example, because that's what you were using, not saying one is going to happen or anything, we're just using that as an example. So say a casino moves in and takes up parcel, let's say 100 acres of a 640 acre piece of land. So that 100 acres is taken up, that rancher is now not paying 100 acres of that 640 acres, correct? And so the 100 acres is now being paid by the state to the rancher, correct?
Why don't you say yes or no, because people online can't see you.
Yeah, sorry. Mr. Chairman, the second part is not the case. That surface impact payment is negotiated between the new user and the existing one, and it's paid by the new user, not the state. We get a portion of the payment, and the existing user also gets a portion of the payment.
Back to you, Senator James.
Okay, then I misunderstood you earlier. Okay, great. So the current rancher that gave up that 100 acres doesn't get paid any part of that, any part of the funding, correct, from the state?
And Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Crowder.
yeah,
Correct.
no, they don't share in the revenue stream from the new user. It's just that surface impact payment negotiated at the time the new lease is issued.
And if they don't agree?
Back to you.
Mr.
To
Chairman.
the chair, you guys. Thanks. Back to you, Mr. Crowder.
Then if they don't agree, then we have a process where the Board of Land Commissioners can insert themselves into that negotiation and understand what the exact impacts are to the existing user, and develop a workaround from there. We can't have it that the surface lessees can stop all development on state lands. That authority lies with the Board of Land Commissioners. So they've inserted that process. And in every case, they're going to try to find a market for that payment. If we can find any other uses of state land that are similar, where surface impact payments have been negotiated, then we'll use that as a first step to trying to find that meet in the middle so that they're both compensated appropriately.
But,
Okay,
Mr.
Senator
Chairman,
James.
Mr. Chairman, so if they don't agree, in a way, you're forcing them to give up that land for a payment, correct, Mr. Chairman?
Back to you, Mr. Crowder.
Mr. Chairman, as the landowner, the Board of Land Commissioners can do that, and they can also agree with the surface lessee that it may not be an appropriate use of those acres and not approve the new use.
Mr.
Senator
Chairman.
James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the grazing leases may or may not take priority over whatever the new construction may be. Have you, Mr. Chairman, have you established yet what that criteria is going to be for what takes priority over grazing leases?
So thank you, Senator James. I think they do this routinely with like oil and gas and other kinds of leases with this land, but I'd let Mr. Crowder address the issue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a statute, it's 36.5.111, I believe, that lays out the criteria that the board is supposed to consider when leasing its lands. In 2005, the board took that an extra step and developed what they call the trust land management objectives. And every single sale or exchange or acquisition of property and long-term lease goes through these trust land management objectives. Not every transaction is going to meet every single one, but they did give it to us in priority order. And it's not the type of use, it is revenue. So revenue, annual revenue, monetary benefit to the beneficiaries is the number one objective that we look at when we're going through any of those actions. The second is an investment. How does the new action promote or provide a better investment return to the trust beneficiaries? The third is management. How can we manage the lands that are held under trust more efficiently? And the third is how do we benefit local or community need? And a lot of times that's where the public access component comes in. But those trust land management objectives were given to us by the board, and that's how we rank everything that we do is based on those criteria. And if it doesn't have an impact on revenue, but it has a great impact on community need, then we'll move forward with that project. But if it has an extreme impact on revenue and still promotes a community need, we likely wouldn't move forward with that action. So in the examples you're talking about, we would likely just concentrate on the revenue piece of this. And as Mr. McNevin stated, a new use as identified this morning would likely outpace the existing grazing revenue, and that would be the priority order we would apply.
One last question, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
You said vacant lands are supposed to be advertised. Does that apply for all government entities, and where would those be advertised?
Mr. Crowder?
And Mr. Chairman, I'm only speaking to lands under the jurisdiction of the Board of Land Commissioners.
Okay.
They've defined vacant land as lands not subject to a grazing lease or an active grazing lease. So those lands are identified on our website. We're actively advertising those all the time, trying to solicit bids and get those under lease.
Okay. Anybody else for Mr. Crowder this time? Mr. Crowder, I have a question that's more, perhaps more theoretical. The gorilla in the room is that we have one proposed operator of this right now, and they're Wyoming based and would do good things for Wyoming, and it's kind of a homegrown proposal. Within the law that you can think about, we have the obligation with respect to these trust lands. And so most of the time you think about things like competitive bids and advertising to all different types of proposals. So this is kind of being presented as and I can understand why, there are lots of good reasons, as a proposal offered by the Northern Arapaho tribe. Very good faith, solid proposal, don't get me wrong on this. But how do we deal with the fact that it's an exclusive arrangement? And how does that work throughout the land statutes? And would we need to modify anything in law to allow for this to proceed? And I guess it comes down to, are we vulnerable to being sued on an equal protection basis? Or I don't know what the pitfalls are, but I'm sort of asking if you've thought about that. And I understand if you haven't. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In fact, that's something that we deal with every day. all of our lands are open for business. I think that's one of the shortcomings of the land office, is that we don't do a good job of letting everybody know that they are open for business, but they are open for business, meaning anybody with any venture can come to us at any time and propose an activity, and we would analyze it and move forward or not move forward in the fashion I just mentioned. What you are talking about here doesn't run afoul of any of the statutes that we operate under. The only thing that requires competition is if we were to sell a piece of property, we have to do that at public auction. Otherwise, we're free to analyze any proposal that comes through and dispose of it in any manner that I just described. We do like to have competition. As you mentioned, the oil and gas auctions are a great example of that. We do provide those for open competition and try to generate more revenue that way. In our wind leasing, we also do the same thing. If we recognize that there's a market, a competitive market, then we'll open that up for an RFP type of a situation and try to solicit bids and get the best outcome that way. The newly formed statute for vacant land leasing requires a secondary bidding when we have two bidders that are defined as a preference holder, and we have an open bidding that way. But in commercial leasing, there's not really that requirement. So that said, there's not the requirement, but if there is a market, we can absolutely go forward and try to exploit it as much as possible for the benefit of the beneficiaries, but not a requirement.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Crowder. Mr. Co-Chairman, I might look to you. So I understand from state lands viewpoint, I guess what they're saying is, we listen to proposals for state land and we process proposals. We're good at that. And this is another proposal for state lands. I get that, it makes sense, and that's a good answer. At the same time, we're going to be changing our laws in Wyoming to accommodate this proposal, because it's not a proposal that can happen now. I mean, I don't know the names of the casino companies, but a big casino company, possibly from Las Vegas or Monaco, couldn't come here. I guess they could come here and make a proposal, but they'd be restricted by the same laws about gambling and licensing and things. So maybe it's not in the leasing part where my concerns are. Maybe it's in the area where, is this special legislation to give a license to a particular entity, and do we run afoul of the Constitution on that? Or I can see a proposal to make these trust land parcels into destination casinos or for our visiting population makes a lot of sense. But how do we go the next step and legally make it with one entity? Back to you, Mr.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's part of the work in progress. You know, I don't think you can write a bill where it totally, as you mentioned, you can't write special legislation, point out one group. So, you know, that's part of the work that I think in progress. And I think, though, why we're talking to Travis today is because they brought the proposal to us. Yeah, they're the folks who had the idea. So that's why. I mean,
Yeah, okay.
Miss-
Thank you very much. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So maybe a question for both you and also the working group. So is the Wyoming Gaming Commission been entered into any factor at this point, any communication?
I'm guessing that would be for Mr. McNiven, but I'm not sure. Maybe Mr. Crowder's got a side deal going with the Gaming Commission. I don't know. Mr. McNiven.
Thank you, Chairman Case, Representative Sweeney, for the question. I have informally, of course, shared with the Gaming Commission, you know, that we put forward this revenue idea. And so I'm just drawing a blank of his name.
Moore.
Yes, Director Moore. Thank you for the help. And so he is aware of the revenue of this proposal in the Revenue Committee, and obviously, you know, can't speak for him, but we would certainly, they would probably have some insight as this process moves forward.
Okay.
Just,
Anybody else?
just a quick follow-up.
Okay.
Has the working group been in contact at all at this point, Mr. Chairman?
I don't know the answer. Mr. Co-Chair?
Not, Mr. Chairman, not in our meetings, but same kind of informal talks with Director Moore. He's aware of, yeah.
Okay. Anything else for these witnesses? I thought I might open it up to the public for public comment, and we don't have a bill that we're looking at. I think there's a possibility the working group itself might bring a bill forward, and that's absolutely fine. Maybe it would end up in one of the revenue committees as a House-sponsored bill. That's okay too. So anything else you guys would like to add? And I think we'll open it up for public comment.
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much, both of you. Is there anybody in the room that would like to testify on this particular matter? Anybody? I'm not seeing anybody in the room. Is there anybody? Oh, what, Mr. Garrett? Come on forward, Mr. Garrett. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, my name is Richard Garrett. I'm a citizen of Wyoming and a resident of Cheyenne. And this is a very interesting conversation, and I'd only ask that within the scope of your considerations that you take serious regard for county and local land use planning documents and the effort and work that's gone into those. That's really the only comment I have. I really appreciate that the State Lands Department seeks to collaborate with local government agencies on the potential for development on state lands, but it might be appropriate to strengthen that provision, and that's all I'd ask.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Garrett?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garrett. It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Is there anybody else in the room who'd like to testify on this particular topic? Anybody else? Not seeing, is there anybody online? Okay, we don't have anything online. We don't actually have a bill, but Mr. Co-Chair, I might put it back to you as a wrap up and kind of where you see this going.
Yeah, no, I appreciate all the discussion and questions this morning. I took pretty good notes, and so I appreciate it. We'll just keep working on this and see if we can get to a point where we feel like we can bring this forward for legislative support. So thanks for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman.
Sounds great. We'll look forward to seeing more of the work. So the next topic, let's take care of the next topic and then we'll take a break after that. So the next topic is 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline Funding. And we do have a bill draft, LSO 267. And Mr. Anderson, do you want to lead us through that bill draft? And then Ms. Summerfield be on deck, I guess. Good to see you, Mr. Anderson. Thanks a lot. We having microphone troubles today?
That one didn't seem to be working, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, to you, Josh.
Good morning. Josh Anderson, LSO. So this bill, if you'll remember, we were provided some model legislation related to the 988 suicide prevention at our last meeting in September. I guess one note, the model bill had contemplated the idea of using a fee on telecom services to provide the funding for this 988 hotline. The request from the committee was instead to fund it just through a trust fund, and so you'll see that in the bill. So just real quickly through the bill, Mr. Chairman, definitions on pages 2 and 3. I'm not going to get into those. Over to page 4, you'll see there's a provision for the Department of Health to designate crisis centers to provide crisis intervention services. Over on to page 6, you see the duties of the Department of Health there are to implement and provide oversight of the 988 system, promulgate rules, coordinate between all of the different agencies providing help in these crisis instances. Over onto page 8, You can see the department is authorized to provide these mobile crisis teams to provide on-site response services when they receive a contact through the 988 system. On to page 9, Mr. Chairman. The department is authorized to pay for crisis services that are provided to a contact of the 988 system under certain circumstances, if the person is not insured and the service is not otherwise covered. You can see the department is requested to explore options for looking for payment of those services through Medicaid. You'll see a staff comment there where just our thought was from this model language, we didn't know if that gave enough direction to the department on if they could actually make changes to the Medicaid plan. So just a thought there that could be done through potentially through a study and report back from the department, or we just might need to make some changes in Title 42 and the actual Medicaid statutes. You'll see there, Mr. Chairman, then the governor is directed to create an advisory body or designate an existing advisory body to provide guidance to the department related to the 988 system. Bottom of page 10, Mr. Chairman, that's where the trust fund is established. You'll see that there's then a spending policy in subsection B of 5% of the 5-year average. Then there's a reserve account on page 12, subsection C. And again, based on that 5% spending policy, then funds would either be pulled out of the reserve account to make up and provide for that funding or spending policy, or would remain in that account until it reached 420% of that spending policy amount. You'll see there that funds up to the spending policy are appropriated to the department to create and maintain the 988 system. They can also provide enhancements to the 988 system, including providing for those designated crisis centers, providing for mobile crisis teams, and providing payment for crisis services as previously noted in the bill, and take any other actions necessary to administer the system. You'll see there, page 14, section 2, the department is directed to establish timeframes consistent with the National Suicide Hotline Designation Act and the federal rules. You'll see there's an appropriation there of $40 million to this trust fund, and then additional $6 million to the reserve account. And that's the bill, Mr. Chairman. I take your questions.
Any questions for Mr. Anderson? Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Josh. The thing that is kind of sticking in my mind on this, please help me understand. To me, it's kind of similar to the situation where we have folks who show up at the emergency room. They don't have any other means available, insurance and whatnot. So how do we, in drafting this, set up a process where, in these times of need, in Wyoming, we want you to be able to have access to someone who can help you work through your situation and help you get to the care that you follow-on care as appropriate. And so I'm troubled by the application of insurance to the payment piece. Do other states do that? Do you know? Thank you.
Mr. Anderson, if you can.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know for sure. I do know that, most of that language came out of this model legislation that was presented at our last meeting. And I would note there that, it does just kind of provide that, insurance would be considered if for payment of these services, but that the department would have some ability to pay if there was not any insurance available.
Anybody else? Yeah, follow up, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So would it be conceivable, since we're going into an unknown area of cost, that we could set up this fund and the interest, the earnings and all the other contributions and whatnot, so that we could work our way through the next 4 or 5 years? And perhaps on that other piece, set up a pilot process where the health department could help us with assessing their experience in that period, and then help us to refine it later, what the actual cost flow or cash requirements would be in the future. Would that be possible?
Mr. Anderson, if you can.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I certainly think that would be possible. One potential might be to include some sort of a reporting requirement in this bill for the department to report back after they do have some experience with the bill, Mr. Chairman.
And you bet. And everybody, I just point out, the Department of Health is here and they'll be addressing this bill. So, and then Ms. Somerville also has done a lot of work on it, and she might be able to answer some more of these questions too. So any other questions for Mr. Anderson? Yeah, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Anderson, this bill, it codifies the hotline, and my question is on the funds. So the way I read this bill is that the earnings from the trust fund it could be used for the operating expenditures of the hotline. So have they done an analysis? Is that enough to fund the hotline, or are they going to come back to the legislature for the difference?
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, from my understanding of what the cost was when through the ARPA funds and the appropriation last time, it was about $2 million for 2 years of the fund. I think the amount in this trust fund right now would generate more than that, Mr. Chairman. I think around $2 million a year approximately.
Anybody else? Thank you, Josh. Thank you very much. Ms. Somerville, would you be able to address this, and then we'll go to the Department of Health. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee. Good morning, committee members. Andy Somerville, Executive Director for the Wyoming Association of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Centers. Mr. Chairman, if I can just start directly back to Representative Gray's question on the funding. Our WAMSAC's analysis was that we needed about 1 to 1.2 million a year to fund the hotline operations, and I would certainly, I think the Department of Health could probably add more to that discussion as they're going through this process. But we do believe the way that this is set up in the bill, that will fund the call center operations for sure, and that's certainly the first priority, is to keep those the call centers opening and 24/7 and functioning in state, so that we're not sending our calls out of state.
Okay. Questions from Ms. Somerville? Did you have other testimony you wanted to give us?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'll be fairly brief this morning because we had quite a bit of discussion at the last committee meeting. I just wanted to really, just from a 50,000-foot level, remind the committee that this does create a sustainable funding stream that I think a number of stakeholders across the state have agreed is a good idea. Sustainability is incredibly important. Without finding additional funding stream after the ARPA money runs out, then it becomes just a potential state general fund request that the legislature would see, and we certainly want to keep those services operating. I also want to just make a note that this is another critical piece and investment into what I would call the behavioral health reform process that's been going on for the last 2 years. As the community mental health centers have been kind of retasked, and that legislation goes into effect July 1st, 2024, the 988 system is a critical component into getting people into services and care earlier in the process and trying to provide that access and care to our residents. So again, just as 911 is a critical safety net component system, we fully expect 988 to do the same in terms of our mental health crises. Mr. Chairman, I would also note that there is an amendment that was drafted to address some immunity concerns for the telecom providers. We are seeing that in other states. Our organization fully supports that amendment. We want to support our telecom providers, and we would ask that the committee consider that amendment and amend it into the bill. And the last point, Mr. Chairman, is I do have folks here from both of the call centers that are operating. If you do have questions on call center operations, otherwise I would stand for questions.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Somerville? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple questions, actually. First of all, the trust fund, I know you mentioned it's mentioned in the bill, page 10, about the fact that you could still have monies collected from grants and contributions and gifts and then donations and that sort of thing. Do we have much of that right now going on, or is this something we look to enact later on?
Ms. Somerville.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Schuler, we certainly hope that that is in the future. So at this point, SAMHSA has provided some small dollars to the state of Wyoming and other states to support 988 onboarding and some operations. They've been fairly small at this point in time. We certainly hope that that will continue to grow as it's a major priority across the country. We certainly have had, some interest here and there expressed about how our philanthropic community might be able to support these. So we wanted to leave that option open.
Okay, follow up? Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My follow-up would be on that same page. You talk about and I'm interested in this, the advisory board. It was mentioned that maybe there's one in existence that could already serve this. And I wondered if we did have one in existence, or do we need to create a new board?
Ms. Somerville.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Schuler, currently there is a Behavioral Health Advisory Council that functions out of the executive branch. That might be an option. I know that the Department of Health also has other different stakeholder groups that are already functioning. We certainly think that that's a good possibility. We don't necessarily need to create another one. The most important piece to us is just to make sure that the important components, stakeholders are at the table, so law enforcement, judiciary, all of the providers across the spectrum, because entry into a system, if you're at a severe mental health crisis, is going to look a little bit different depending on where you live in the state. It might be a hospital, that might be the best option. It might be a crisis stabilization center. It could be something along those lines. So as long as those pieces are there, we think that an existing body can probably serve that purpose.
Dr. Hallinan, representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Somerville, on page 9, the payment for crisis services. Isn't it very difficult to predict the amount of crisis services you're going to have to pay on that part of that bill? Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Ms. Somerville.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Hallinan, I think we're going to learn a lot over the next couple of years as 988 gets fully recognized and people become more familiar with it. I want to be clear on the payment piece of it. The intent is not to be able to bill health insurance or Medicaid or anything like that for the actual call center operations for somebody that calls into 988. Just like if you call 911, nobody gets a bill for that. What that payment is designed is to potentially in the future, and we're not anywhere near that mobile crisis, because that's starting to build up across the country, and the crisis stabilization services. What we can tell you now is we do have numbers in terms of what the community mental health center crisis stabilization services have and the number of people that they see. But what we don't know is what adding 988, again, as it gets on board and people become more familiar with it, what that is going to look like. So I would fully agree. We're gonna learn some things, I think, in the next couple of years.
Thank you. Anybody else questions for Ms. Somerville? Okay, Ms. Somerville, I'd be remiss though. Would you jump back up to the 50,000 foot level and tell us why we need to do this in Wyoming and why this is such a serious issue in Wyoming? I'd appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Certainly, we are number one in a place that's not good to be number one in suicides per capita in the nation. We lead in a number of categories that we don't ever want to lead in. We are almost bottom of the list in adult mental health and adolescent mental health. Certainly, our first responders have a more serious risk of suicide. Your firefighters, your police officers, even your medical personnel after having come through the pandemic. Our veteran suicide rate is significantly higher than the national average. I think the last report that I saw from 2020 said we lost 37 veterans in the state of Wyoming to suicide. And it is so critically important to provide access points for people to get into services. And something like 988 provides anonymized is maybe not the right word, but it's not having to drive up to the front door of your counselor's office in a community where everybody might see your car. If that is something that is concerning, if you're still battling, as we battle the stigma around mental health. It is not just a health issue or public health issue, it's an economic issue. Every suicide costs the state $1.3 million in economic productivity. That's mostly work hours. A small amount is medical costs, but most of that is work hours. So as we lose our community members, not only is there an impact to the families, maybe the schools, especially for our adolescents in our communities, it's an economic issue. It's a business issue. It really ties in to the state. And Mr. Chairman, certainly from a personal standpoint, I would really like to get out of the #1 spot and keep more of our community members around.
Thank you, Ms. Somerville. And y'all, I just want to tack on a little bit. I mean, we've had some very prominent suicides in our history in Wyoming. I can think of some very famous names. I can think of Lester Hunt, the US Senator. I can think of Mick McMurray. But I think reading a list of people that have committed suicide, it would be startling to you. See it in your own business, in your own life. I'll bet you every person in this room has been touched by suicide, and more recently than you even know. We've had it in our state. It's affected our state executives. It's affected people in my business. It truly is a wrecking ball that just destroys families, and it just keeps destroying. So anyone we can prevent, it's more than the 1 point whatever in economic damages. Anybody that's had somebody close to them commit suicide, it will never be the same. And they will always wonder if they could have fixed that. Maybe we can fix it a little bit with this. So that's why we're here. And I think if you had any closing comments, then we'd open it up to the Department of Health and then on to the public.
Mr. Chairman, my closing comments would just be, I think that this bill represents a historic investment in suicide prevention in the state of Wyoming. It's something that, has transcended federal administrations. It's taken a long time to get here. And we certainly appreciate your strong consideration of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your work. Shall we go to the Department of Health? Are you alone or are you going to bring the team? You got it, please. We're having a little trouble with the microphones. Make sure you got a green light.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, good morning. Stephen Johansson, Director for the Wyoming Department of Health, joined to my right by Matt Petrie, who is the Senior Administrator of our Behavioral Health Division and responsible for the current management and operation of our 24/7 Suicide Prevention Lifeline. Mostly here, Mr. Chairman, just to answer questions at the pleasure of the committee. Based on the discussion this morning, I'll offer just a few thoughts before that, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, I think the two operative things that I observe in this bill that are really attempting to be completed is to find a sustainable funding source for the 24/7 Lifeline that's based here in Wyoming, and to codify that lifeline into statute. There are a few things that we can get into the details if you'd like. On behalf of the Department of Health, I would prefer may language as opposed to shall language for the department in this bill. And that's not just to be entirely selfish with flexibility, but just to indicate to the committee, this is a very evolving landscape, especially at the federal level. I have a little bit of concern of just mirroring federal language that has come out, whether it's in law or rule, over the past couple of years as it relates to the 988 implementation, because we've seen so many changes, whether that's on the funding side or the requirement side with things like crisis, mobile crisis. And to have that type of language in the green books, we might be setting ourselves up to have to amend that in the future. Again, certainly not from a position of opposition here, but if the idea in this bill is to do those two things, find a sustainable funding source for our lifeline and codify the lifeline's operations, then perhaps it might be beneficial to have permissive language for the department on the other items like the crisis funding, et cetera, which we really don't know how that will play out. In addition, Mr. Chairman, as Ms. Somerville mentioned, we're in year 2 of the implementation of a comprehensive community mental health, behavioral health redesign, which has been going very well. There are a lot of components when it comes to priority populations, folks in crisis, that we have the authority currently through the Enrolled Act that passed for that redesign in terms of crisis treatment, referral, payment. Again, there's a kind of broad range of services that the department has the authority to fund. Again, kind of going back to my selfish comment about potentially having permissive language in this bill as opposed to requirement as those things evolve and change. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I know it was mentioned before, and certainly no opposition on the language of the advisory group that's mentioned in the bill. It's clear the governor has the ability to designate an already existing entity to serve that function within this language. Just for the committee's edification, as Ms. Somerville mentioned, we do have a Behavioral Health Advisory Council. We also have the Wyoming Alliance on Suicide Prevention. So as was mentioned before, there are currently existing stakeholder groups that could serve that function. And I'd be remiss if I didn't articulate just anxiety about more advisory groups that would be formed. We've seen mixed results in the past on various advisory groups, and their longevity or getting people to volunteer or staff those have been somewhat hit or miss, Mr. Chairman, going back over the years. With that, Mr. Petrie and I are here to answer questions if you have them on the current Lifeline. We are wrapping up the request for proposal and contract negotiations for the current 24/7 operations. Mr. Chairman, to Representative Gray's question earlier about the true cost of the Lifeline, again, I hate to frustrate the committee. That's a bit unknown. We're in that contracting process right now. And just over the past 6 months, standing up 24/7 operations, we've seen a dynamic, kind of a changing environment. When we went 24/7, as you've seen nationally and in state advertisement for 988, we have seen an increased call volume. Our 2 providers have been able to handle that and quite frankly handle it very well with an average speed to answer of approximately 1 to 2 seconds, and going from answering around half or a little bit less of half the calls that are in state to now well over 80% consistently. So we've seen some good progress operationally since last June. But the true cost, to Representative Gray's question earlier, the true costs I think are a bit unknown. So I would be misleading the committee if I said the actual cost is $1 million a year or $1.5 million a year. We don't know. We will work with the providers that have proposed on this program and negotiate and contract with them appropriately and report back to this committee and the legislature in the months and years to come on what that overall cost looks like. Right now, for this biennium, with the ARPA appropriation and our current funding, I'm comfortable with our ability to finance it. But as I mentioned before, we welcome the discussion about a sustainable long-term funding source because the legislature, whether it's in the 2024 budget session or subsequently, will, absent something like this, will see some sort of a request for the department, whether that's general funds or spending authority from grants that might come out in the months and years to come. We will, if it's the legislature's preference to have us operate this Lifeline, we will need a sustainable funding source for it going forward. With that, Mr. Chairman, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director. Let's start down here on the end. We'll start with Senator James and we'll work our way across. Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is kind of more of a general statement, but as the Revenue Committee, when with that many I don't knows on the cost, I think it'd be extremely irresponsible of us to fund something with a sign now and find out what happens later type scenario. So this definitely is not ready for prime time if we don't even know what it's going to cost, and they want us to fund it from the general fund. No, thank you.
So I'm looking for questions for the witnesses. We can have our own discussions later. Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question on when you talked about the mays versus the shalls. Are you referring mainly to page 9? Because I can see where on line 13 that could be a may rather than a shall. But then some of the other areas, I think the shall's okay. Is there one specific area or just out of curiosity, sir?
Director.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Schuler, just a couple of examples. If you look at page 4, line 22, that goes into page 5. This is the requirement to designate providers to serve as the crisis coordinator. Again, I think with our general authority, we have the ability to do that. I think may language could, if this section is needed, could be preferred there as opposed to having to go through a process to designate one. Again, I'm waffling a little bit because one or more crisis centers, I don't know how operative this section would be anyways, given our current authority. I would also mention page 6, line 5. This is, again, my concern about taking current national suggested language in terms of 988 operation and putting it into statute, given that we have seen some evolution. I think any may language here would be preferable. Page 6, line 19 is also a shall. And page 8, line 6. Again, this is not a strong preference, Mr. Chairman. It's just given that we might have to make changes to this in the future, coupled with our existing authority to manage this system and our behavioral health continuum. I'm not sure it's necessary to have those requirements.
So my good friend Senator Pappas is pointing out that on page 8, line 6 is the title, and line 8, it says the department may already, so. Well, we can look closer at that. But so those 4 instances, did you have any more?
Mr. Chairman, no.
Okay, we'll keep on top of that. Coming down, working down this way, let's go to Baker and then we'll do Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So assuming that this is successful, and I hope that it is, Title 25 is something in our state that we already have a lot of funding issues with. I would assume that, you know, if someone is a danger to themselves, there's a very high potential that they could go into that Title 25 system. In your professional opinion, and I'm not looking for, you know, exacts, but in your professional opinion, how many more Title 25s could we expect in the state per year? Thank you.
Mr. Director.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Baker, it's a really good question. I probably don't have a great answer. I don't know if we'll be able to draw a direct line here between Title 25 increases. It really depends on where folks who might be accessing Lifeline and those types of services, where they get referred. As I think is the intent here, and is always the intent of the department, is to serve people in a least restrictive environment. We want to prevent Title 25 as much as possible. That's a civil commitment process where folks have their rights taken away. And often necessarily, but something we want to prevent by referring to these types of services to divert away from a system that hospitalizes folks. It's really difficult to predict how many more Title 25 commitments we would see until we have a little bit more experience on those referral patterns from the Lifeline to, for example, mental health centers, or if folks are going from the Lifeline and based on a recommendation of who they talk to or a care coordinator going to the hospital and ultimately seeing a commitment. We haven't seen that in mass since we've been operating the 24/7 Lifeline, but again, 5 or 6 months experience is difficult to answer that.
Okay, we're going to Yin next. Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, so can you outline what you believe the intent of page 9 is? Is it ultimately to explore if Medicaid can fund some of those crisis services and that we could bill it through Medicaid? Because it isn't a requirement for the department to pay services. It seems more of an exploratory position there.
Director Johansson.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Yin, I think this whole section is exploratory and permissive, which again, I'm totally fine with. Not sure all of the permissive language is necessary given the authority we already have. But in terms of the Medicaid piece, there have been some evolving changes at the federal level in the past 5 or 6 years with regards to what Medicaid can pay for through various programs or waivers relating to crisis-type behavioral services. There's some efforts that some mental health centers and other providers in state and nationally have pursued in terms of a certification that requires certain types of services being provided at the local level. And on the other end of that coin, the feds have opened up some opportunities. It comes with certain restrictions and strings attached, but opportunities to use Medicaid funds to reimburse for those for Medicaid eligible individuals. So I think the direction here, the ability to explore it, as you know, Representative Yin, we're always exploring new ways to finance these behavioral health services. That's been a huge part of the ongoing community behavioral health redesign. So no concern on my part with this language, as I think we already have the authority to investigate those funding options anyways.
Anybody else? Mr. Co-Chairman, and then we'll go to Gray. I'm sorry. I was working down the line. Mr. Co-Chairman and then Representative Gray. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple questions, Mr. Chairman. Director, on the payment for services and Representative Baker's question on Title 25, and it's probably been 8-10 years ago where we passed the law and we changed that billing of patients. And really occurred because in Casper, you know, a young person was committed, gets out, gets a $12,000 bill, kills himself. And so I just want to make sure, and I've got a little amendment written that to make sure, and we all hear this, that we're not going to bill any patients who use this service. And so that's my first question, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Director Johansson.
Excuse me, Mr. Co-Chair, we would totally support that. I think with Title 25, the legislature removing the requirement to, in addition to hospitals and insurance sources, to bill patients, that was removed, I believe, in 2015. We have done our best to be an entity that helps enforce that, for lack of a better term, because we do know what a large balance bill can do to someone's not only mental but financial health. So any clarification here with the prohibition on billing a person who's accessing these services, I think would be beneficial.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, just
go ahead.
And I think if it was asked earlier, just tell me real quick. I was typing notes, but on page 10, the governor shall create an advisory board or designate an existing board. Did you already ask that question? Okay, then I was typing, so
I think, Mr. Co-Chair, the answer was that clearly we don't necessarily need a new stand-up board. And then, so let's go to Representative Gray, and then I might have some follow-up question. Then we're going back here. Okay, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the hotline and always have. My concern is the financial piece on this bill, where the funding is going to be. And my answer on the sustainable funding source is the general fund. And so I guess I would just pose a question: why not just we appropriate the funds to the general fund and say it's part of your standard budget request? I think, and this is the danger when you're in a situation when we have a lot of funds available, is the LISRA becomes almost any need that is out there we can appropriate for a trust fund, and really during this period when we have these revenues, we should be trying to build that up, because LISRA is the backstop for our core deficits, and we're very flush in the general fund as well. So I don't conceptually agree with placing this outside of the general fund, because I think that this is a core function. That's really what the general fund is for. So I have two questions. I mean, do you have any response to that? And two, what would be your recommendation on the appropriation if we were to, I mean, I think it was 1.2 million was what Ms. Somerville was saying. So, and what was it in the last budget? Thanks.
Director Johansson.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, to your first question, honestly, I'm agnostic on what the legislature deems appropriate for the sustainable funding source. I think there's pros and cons to both, or any option. I will mention that regardless of whether it's directed or not, given what we've seen over the past couple of years, if the legislature, establishes a trust fund that tips to our operational cost or appropriates general funds for this, we will constantly look for non-state funding sources and leverage those for the lifeline when and if possible. To your second question about the cost, again, I'll say estimated cost here. I think if there were going to be an ongoing appropriation, something similar to what was appropriated in the ARPA funds on a biennial basis, which I believe was 2.1 million in the last budget, I think that would be a good starting point. Like I mentioned, these costs are evolving both up and down. When we see higher volume, in 24/7 operations, that leads to higher cost. So far, we've been comfortable on a biennial basis with what we have in the one-time funding source with ARPA. But I do think that $1 to $2 million per year is probably a good estimate. So, a $2 to $3 million biennial appropriation, I think would suffice. With a trust fund, obviously, you potentially see some more sustainability there over a longer period of time. So again, we'll reiterate being agnostic on the funding source, but it will be needed.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
I think we had Dr. Hallinan, and then we'll go to you, Representative Sweeney. Dr. Hallinan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Johansson, on page 9 again, that department may provide payment for provision of services of a contact to the 9/8 system if. And is that money to be paid by the department, or is that to be paid out of the trust fund?
Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Johansson.
Representative Hallinan, as I read this would be paid by the department. And again, the may language I think is needed here because we have a variety of ways that can function. We have community mental health and substance abuse center contracts that we've had for decades that could be a source of payment for folks. I think given the language here, we certainly have the ability to reimburse for services that might be needed, required, or referred after someone's contact with the Lifeline.
And then down to Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, could you remind us how fluid you've had to be as far as budgetary cuts? If this didn't come from a trust fund, which is locking those funds up, they're still there, just like the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund in my way of thinking. Could you remind us how big a cuts over the last few years your department has had to take at the hands of the legislature?
Had to take. I like that. That's kind of, it's not exactly neutral. Tell us about the cuts you've had to take.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sweeney, I won't castigate my friends in the legislature for doing this to us. We know those rounds of cuts based on the revenue picture were necessary. But over the past, I would say 6 budgets that I've prepared, there's been 2 significant rounds of cuts, one in, I believe, the 17-18 budget, and then most recently, as we all know, 2 sessions ago, a significant round of cuts due to the revenue picture. Those cuts in total to the Department of Health with both rounds were north of $200 million. There have been changes and add backs and protections and some restorations of the cuts last session, which I know we are grateful for in some of the areas, but they have been significant. And when the department, as one of your largest general fund budgets, is directed to make cuts, there's really no easy place for us to take it. Most of our budget lives in the Medicaid world for the aged, blind, disabled, developmentally disabled. They're tough cuts to make. Our second largest line item is mental health and substance abuse services. So when we're directed to make cuts, it's difficult not to hit Medicaid, waivers, mental health, substance abuse, and our facilities. Those are really where the costs live. I won't opine on what that might look like in future budgets if we're directed to cut. I will say, Mr. Chairman and Representative Sweeney, that suicide prevention, this 24/7 Lifeline, this has been a priority for my boss, for Governor Gordon, and has directed that down to me and my staff to make sure that Absent of what might happen at the federal level and with the various funding sources, my direction was to get this 24/7 Lifeline stood up last summer. I appreciate all the folks that worked hard to make that happen, both in the department and with our two providers in our communities. And we're in a good place. And I think the data we could share with the committee on operationally how that has grown, how the two providers have absorbed these calls, have an amazing speed to answer. It's really good first 5 or 6 months of operations. Longer term, what the impact is, we want to see our rates go down. So far, I think it's a little bit early, but the overall trend in suicides, unfortunately, in Wyoming has not changed. It's really been linear, going up in every county since 2005. But I think what this Lifeline might do to bend that curve remains to be seen. Mr. Chairman, Representative Sweeney, I'll leave it there, but happy to elaborate if you need.
Okay, anybody else? I might have something I'd like to venture down, and you, Director Johansson, you touched on it when you were responding to my co-chairman's question about, well, if you get some services because of this call, and then you end up with a huge bill that actually is detrimental to the whole thing we're trying to accomplish. And to me, that just begs the question, we have people in Wyoming that get a huge bill all the time. They don't have insurance. They're not covered by Medicaid. So wouldn't the same kind of factors go for those people right now with their potential to get a huge bill? Because they have nothing. And how does that play into our suicide issues when you have these healthcare costs, or maybe you can't get the healthcare because you don't have a way to pay for it? Can you speculate on that, please?
Mr. Chairman, it's hard to generalize on with these types of services, what happens, and especially with billing for various healthcare related services, what it might mean or do to someone's mental state and a decision as grave as whether to take your own life. So I hate to speculate on that, but I will say that both with the ongoing behavioral health redesign, which I keep talking about, I apologize, but I'm very optimistic about what we're building as a state when it comes to community mental health services. We want our community providers at multiple levels to be the entity that helps folks like this. Whether you're calling a Lifeline because you're in crisis, whether we in another system like a hospital or law enforcement see someone in crisis, folks coming out of institutions that might decompensate in the community, we really want our community providers to be that anchor and to be funded and compensated for the services that we know will keep folks out of higher levels of care, keep folks away from crisis, have their social determinants supported, and we're making progress there, Mr. Chairman. I think your point's well taken, that folks who are uninsured, that folks who don't have access or have access to affordable insurance do struggle accessing healthcare and can potentially, on the financial side, face some pretty significant challenges. Fortunately, though, with the services and the providers that I just mentioned at the community level, we have the ability in our community mental health centers and the various providers that we contract with for those services. We have the ability to look the other way on insurance status, and that's a really healthy component of this system. And given the evolution that's happened in the insurance market over the past 10 years, we do know that insurance is more affordable and accessible to some, given the reforms that have happened. There's low-cost insurance options available. And as part of the behavioral health reform and in general, we try to do our best to refer folks who are eligible for those types of subsidized plans to refer them to that type of coverage. But in the event when someone's in crisis, I think I can speak for all of our communities, our hospitals, our mental health centers, my facilities, that's not an important component at the time of service delivery, whether someone has insurance. Now on the back end, we'll do everything we can to make sure that we're using resources appropriately. But Mr. Chairman, a long-winded way of saying I don't really know what that type of balance billing might do to someone's mental state.
And I definitely appreciate your answer, Director Johansson, and the fact that we're going to get services for these folks, irregardless of their insurance or wealth situation. That's our goal. I love that. But I also can't help but wonder if folks that get in the circumstance where things become overwhelming, where they lack the mechanisms to cope, that some of the things they have to cope with, if you don't have insurance and you have health issues, and they may be mental health issues, they could be physical health issues, and you're unable to satisfactorily get the same kind of help that other people have that may be on insurance, that can bring you, unfortunately, more clients to this suicide hotline. And I mean, that would be speculation, but I think there's probably a pretty good correlation. I think you would agree.
Mr. Chairman, I think to be determined, we can certainly study the types of calls and the types of referrals we get and the types of clientele that get referred into systems that we oversee. That won't be everybody. Not everybody gets referred. And I imagine there's folks who call hotlines or lifelines that might be referred to their own private provider because they are insured, and we might not see that. But I think conceptually, I would certainly agree with your sentiment that that's likely. It's a possibility that folks who find themselves in these situations could be exacerbated by their financial situation.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quickly, just a follow-up. What is the department's Title 25 budget? And then secondly, what do counties, if you know, spend on Title 25? And then thirdly, how much of your budget has been appropriated and spent so far? Thank you.
Director Johansson, if you can.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Baker, a lot of changes over the past 6 years or so with our Title 25 budget. Our current biennial general fund budget for Title 25 is $6 million. That's much lower than it's been in the past, but for a very important reason. The legislature authorized the department to have what we call reversion carry forward authority for this biennium. We had a lot of general fund offsets in the last biennium because of enhanced federal matches we had during the pandemic, which we didn't spend willy-nilly. We saved them so that with various exception requests last budget session, we could use those offsets. So our Title 25 budget currently, if you look at the general fund, is $6 million, but we have authority to spend what's necessary. In terms of what we've seen over the past couple of biennia with Title 25 costs, it hovers around $10 to $11 million per biennium on the general fund side. That seems to be our steady state of cost in Title 25. But we have various things in process, like the completion of our new facilities at the State Hospital and Life Resource Center that over time should reduce those Title 25 expenditures because of the capacity we'll be able to churn through those two facilities. To your second question, Representative Baker, on the county side, I can't tell you. I'm not aware of the breakdown of all the county budgets on Title 25 costs. I know it's significant in many counties for the costs that they incur. And for the committee's awareness, those Title 25 costs at the county level are for any cost incurred on a detention in the first 72 hours of that hold. After that first 72 hours, the department takes over with those costs. And what those costs are, quite frankly, are cost of holding, providing services, providing treatment to folks before they can get into the state hospital in Evanston. That's really what those Title 25 costs are. But Representative Baker, hope that answers your question in general. Would be more than happy to provide additional detail offline.
Okay. Anybody else? Senator James. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Baker, I didn't see you.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, I know the department's working hard to address some of the Title 25 issues, but I know counties are strained just in their facilities in those first 3 days and even waiting on beds at the state hospital or the facility in Casper. So what's being done on the front end to prepare for the potential of more Title 25s? Thank you.
Back to you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Baker, I'll reiterate that I really do feel like the long-term goals here are to complete and fully staff our safety net facilities like the State Hospital and the Life Resource Center in Lander. The state has invested a lot of money in modernizing those facilities, and we've been in the new State Hospital for over a year and a half now. Wonderful new place. we can't staff it. We have an entire wing of the state hospital dark right now, and we're just like any other healthcare provider. It's tough right now to find nurses, to find CNAs. Staffing across the board has been incredibly hard with the types of specialty populations we see at those two facilities and the acuities that we see. That's been our biggest challenge currently, to leverage those new facilities and reduce that Title 25 volume is really the ability to staff it. We're making progress. We're seeing stabilization in the market. Some of the price gouging from agency labor, traveling nurses has gone down, but it's still a problem. That's number one. Representative Baker is completing and staffing those brand new facilities. Number two, again, I mentioned it before, the implementation, which is in statute due by July 1st of 2024, the implementation of the behavioral health redesign could be a huge component of this overall problem, both with Title 25, potentially with what we see in the suicide prevention world, and especially with what we see in my facilities, Department of Correction facilities, and the Department of Family Services. Working with our communities and our providers to really prioritize and focus on these populations and these issues. That's what you all passed with the behavioral health redesign almost 2 years ago. And I'm really optimistic with the partnerships we have with our providers, the new payment models we're working to implement by that date, 18 months from now, could have a huge impact on the Title 25 problem and the ability to serve folks and compensate those that serve them, serve those folks in a less restrictive environment and rely less on those higher and more expensive levels of care. I think that has the biggest benefit for our counties and for the state, quite frankly.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also like to tack on to that the Department of Health is raising the employees' salaries so high in those government facilities that they're pricing the private sector out of business. So that's not a good thing. I would also like to ask, Mr. Chairman, that what is your budget for providing information to the people of different financial options other than Medicaid, such as foundations at hospitals for those big expenses like major surgeries, pharmacy discounts, and early payment discounts at hospitals and stuff like that? And also, will the hotline be providing these discounts?
Director Johansson.
Mr. Chairman, as Senator James, we don't have a dedicated program to coordinate or navigate folks through various types of insurances. When individuals do apply for our programs, whether it's Medicaid or public health programs, we do have information, especially if they're not eligible for those programs, on where we can refer them to. But we don't have a dedicated program to a comprehensive navigation of what folks might be eligible for outside of our services. It's just not something that's been established for us to do.
Okay, anybody else? Thanks. Why don't you stand by and make sure we get the list of maize and shells and other things. So did we want to hear from the telecom folks who have a proposed amendment? Would that be appropriate? Ms. Levin, would that be okay? And then we'll go to general public comment.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Before I get started, can I make sure that everyone has a copy of the amendment? I do have hard copies if needed.
Everybody's got them?
No. I did also email it out to everyone, but it was posted on the website.
Yeah. So I think Josh, it has been posted, right? Yeah, so this just deals with immunity for telecom providers in providing these services. So it follows the 911 statute, I believe. So, and we're not going to work the amendment right now, but we'll throw the issue out there. So, Ms. Levin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jody Levin on behalf of Verizon and Charter. Mr. Chairman, as you've heard this morning, this 988 suicide prevention hotline is a learning situation for all of us. As it rolls out, that's not unique to Wyoming, that's across the country. One of the things that has come forward as we've kind of learned about implementation is a request from the telecom industry that the hotline service, in terms of the carrier's role, be treated very similar to 911. So going forward, as you heard from Ms. Somerville, you'll start to see this language included in model acts as the industry kind of partners with mental health and works to get to implementation. So the language before you is really taken from our own statutes with respect to 911. And it's addressing the immunity for the telecom providers and then the treatment of the call information itself. So there's a couple of technical pieces just to the enacting clause, but if we really kind of get to the chase of it, Mr. Chairman, we're adding language on page 13, line 23, we're adding new sections, 35, 25, 507, immunity for providers. Really what this is that the industry is not held liable to any person for any damages caused by an act or omission unless it's willful, wanton, or gross negligence. I mean, that really is kind of the gist of it. We provide a definition of what is considered a telecom provider. And then on confidentiality of information, again, this is taken from our own 911 statutes. It's that it's considered a public record and it may be, access to it may be denied by according to law. So that's, that is what we're trying to mimic what we see under 911. We appreciate the committee's attention to this topic. It's incredibly important. The industry understands its role in this. And at the last committee meeting, of course, I encouraged the committee to look at and be serious about a long-term stable funding source. Whether that becomes the trust fund concept or the general fund, certainly the trust fund provides a more stable revenue source. I suggested that a fee on phone bills was not a stable funding source, and I do appreciate the committee taking that seriously. This language I did vet with the other telecom providers. I think you'll hear from some of those folks this morning and Ms. Somerville as well. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would ask for the committee's consideration, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Levin. Questions for Ms. Levin? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had one question, and in my mind, I was just trying to figure out what would constitute willful or wanton misconduct, even with 911. Would that just be a hang-up, or could you give an example of that?
Ms. Levin.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Schuler, I think it's exactly that. It's when someone just refuses to connect a call. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Appreciate it. So general public comment, we can certainly get more telecom folks if you like, but we'll do general general public comment, and then we'll try to get a motion on the bill, and then we'll go forward. Mr. Land, well, that's okay. You're already. Ms. Sherrod, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. And
Pull
members of
that
the
close, please.
I haven't done this for a while, so.
Well, you have done it. I've been.
Well, I have done it, but it's
Yeah.
been just a bit. Our last conversation was raising some questions that I thought perhaps Cheyenne Regional Medical Center might be able to help address. I'm Phyllis Sherrard. I'm a retired old dragon from Cheyenne Regional Medical Center, but still trying to help when I can. I'm not going to spend any time on the need for the suicide hotline. I am going to remind everyone that it is never intended to be the sole solution. In and of itself, we may still be struggling to get out of the first spot, second spot, or the third spot. But it's not the only piece. It's part of a network and a very well-woven collaborative that you started to hear a little bit about from the health department, a little bit about from Ms. Somerville. But I'd like to just take you through a couple of things that Cheyenne Regional specifically is doing. And it's not unique to Cheyenne Regional. Hospitals all over the state are doing very similar things. So all working together helps lift the suicide hotline and make it much more powerful. Senator James, you were asking questions of the health department about whether they had dedicated resources to get folks to services they need or assistance with those services. So all hospitals are now required to post their charity care policies and any discounts that they may offer, and that is being done and certainly is happening at Cheyenne Regional. We post very direct guidance to our charity care programs, and we are a community memorial hospital, so services provided without regard to that ability to pay. Some of the other things, though, that I wanted to tell you about, not only is mental health a huge target of our philanthropic activities, as we had an event this weekend to illustrate that, but we're doing a great deal of work with the community and within the hospital. And again, this is just to remind you that this is part of what lifts up and helps make much more effective a suicide hotline. When you identify someone who needs help, you need to know how to get them and where to get them to care. So just as an example, and there are many more across the state, but Cheyenne Regional started with the Laramie County Coroner's Office, the first suicide fatality review team in Wyoming. And the goal of that group is to identify gaps and needs and to make recommendations. And it's just produced its first annual report, and I'd be happy to provide that to any members who might want that. Cheyenne Regional also continues to implement its zero suicide framework. This is where we look across the organization and lean in on our employees, regardless of what department they work in. They've been trained in recognizing suicide signs and how to get folks. So if our finance department is working with someone who may really need a suicide intervention, that's not going to get past them as it may have well done or in the past. So we've implemented evidence-based training across the organization and developed a suicide awareness and response guide for our non-healthcare community partners. We've also been engaging in the Governor's Challenge to Prevent Suicide Among Service Members, Veterans, and their families, and we're acting as a pilot site to improve the identification of SMVF and provide appropriate responses and referrals. There are other things, and I wish I knew examples of what all the other hospitals across the country and across the state are actually doing, but I encourage you to reach out to your local hospital and learn what those are. The hotline's not the only solution. It's an important component part of how you get these people to care. So thank you. And with that, I'll close and take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Sherrard. Any questions? Any questions by the committee? Thank you so much. Mr. Delancey. Welcome.
Welcome, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, members of the committee, for the amount of time and attention that you've been giving this topic, the detail and attention that we at the Wyoming Business Alliance really feel it deserves. I also want to thank those of you that were able to join us at the Governor's Business Forum last week. It was quite a wonderful event and really informative, and the university was a fantastic partner, and we were so grateful for President Seidel's hospitality and welcoming nature. Why I bring that up is I just wanted to share with you that as part of our program, we had what we called a pre-forum event, which really came out of the desire to talk about mental wellness in the workplace and exactly some of the things that we've been discussing here this morning that we learned from our last year's forum when we went through our entire time of the panel. We went through our break and we went halfway through the next panel, getting us off schedule. But there was so much desire for the participants of the conference to talk about this topic that we wanted to make sure that we carved out a considerable amount of time. My goal for that in planning that session was to hopefully have 75 people come, 255 plus registered and showed up. And then I thought, well, maybe they'll just come for the free lunch and leave. No, 255 plus, room packed, sat there all day, 12 to 4, learning, engaging, sharing, idea, creating as far as how we can, in the business community, continue to work with our partners in the mental health community and in government on trying to find some solutions so Wyoming does not have the terrible title of being #1 in suicide in the nation. So your work here today is increasingly, becoming more and more important. It's what your constituents want to talk about. We must find solutions, and as you've heard me say dozens of times before, the business community stands as your partner in trying to find some of these solutions. We feel that this bill is definitely a first step. The goal is to provide permanent funding, stability. Meeting this need, is important, and by doing what's outlined in this bill draft, certainly provides some stability and avoids that volatility of just relying on the ebbs and flows of the general fund. And, as we just heard the director talk about, cuts and restorations of funds. This bill, by creating a trust fund, provides that constant. And then also, I agree with what has been stated by Ms. Summerfield as far as the cost saver. Some of the concerns around the funding of Title 25, this really is a tool. We don't know what those funds, what that dollar amount's going to be if we don't have something like this as a preventative measure to try to divert people from ending up, being essentially held against their will in a very expensive environment. So I think that even though we might not be able to, put a down to the nickel cost on this, the ability to have this resource available really fills that space of preventative treatment, kind of very much the way that we all know that changing the oil in our car is a nice way to preserve the engine. So just by taking that step, we really encourage you to continue to help people be able to stay in their home, get treatment in their community, instead of being locked in a very unpleasant situation in Evanston to ensure that they don't hurt themselves or someone else, which is really the criteria for Title 25 commitment. Another piece that I just wanted to call to your attention, we heard, about the populations that are seeking these services, first responders. Ms. Summerfield did a nice job outlining the people, your constituents, our friends and neighbors that are seeking this kind of help. One demographic that was left out, that I was really shocked to learn about, is that members in the agricultural community are suffering mental wellness needs and seeking counseling at the rate of our veterans. It's that high in the ag community, which in a state like Wyoming really encompasses the majority of our population in our rural communities. So by having these access points available through a stably funded, predictable, sustainable resource with the goal of, diverting people from needing more acute care at a much higher cost, just doesn't, from the business standpoint, it seems like this makes a lot of sense. In closing, I just wanted to support the amendments that Ms. Levin has brought before your committee. I think that that's a nice add-on to make sure that we have all the bases covered as we move forward on this bill. And we just really ask for your support on moving this forward. As you've heard me say before, this issue of suicide isn't just a health crisis, it's a business crisis. People need resources for their employees when they have people around them in crisis or themselves are in crisis. And as we continue to struggle with recruiting and retaining talent, this is just another piece of that puzzle on how we can, position Wyoming in a place where we can be economically viable and competitive with the surrounding states in the future. So I ask for your support on this bill, and I'm happy to address any questions from the committee, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Again, my name is Cindy Delancey, for the record. I'm the president of the Wyoming Business Alliance. I'm sorry I skipped that, Mr. Chairman. I just was so excited to have the opportunity to talk to you about this topic. I think I got a little ahead of myself, so thank you for that indulgence.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Yeah, Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, I'd just like to thank Cindy and the Business Alliance for a wonderful, it was a wonderful conference. And the mental health section of it was very impactful. I guess my question would be, assuming we can get this bill across the finish line, today and in the session, what can the business community do to help us try to market this resource so that we can use it across the state?
Mr. Lancey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Schuler. Should this be able to become law in Wyoming, the business community is a very well networked and tight community as far as communication. And I'd like to think that the Wyoming Business Alliance could be a wonderful tool to help, reach the members of all our different industry sectors. That's something that's very important to us as an organization, to be able to be that connectivity for everyone in every aspect of the business community in Wyoming. So we will continue to use our internal resources to be able to help promote that this is available, working closely, obviously, with the other partners in the mental health community, as well as the Department of Health. I'm very pleased with those relationships that have come together, and we all are happy to sit at the table working with the governor's office. The work that Jen Davis is doing has just been tremendous as well. So it just feels like the stars have properly aligned, and we'll continue to coordinate so there's no duplication or waste of resources as we work on getting the word out. Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you, Mr. Lancey.
Thank you,
very
Mr.
much.
Chairman. Thank you.
Who else from the public in this room would like to address? Yes, sir. We'll do the in-room first, and then we'll go online. Welcome, sir. If you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
I think it might have just went off. Hold on.
I pressed it too much. I'm a little nervous. I have never
Pull it close to you.
testified. I've never testified before a congressional joint committee before. My name is Ralph Nieder-Westerman. I'm the executive director of the Wyoming Lifeline. We are one of the 2 Lifeline centers here in the state of Wyoming, along with CWCC. We're very pleased to have been able to provide the state of Wyoming with 24/7 coverage since July 7th. And while Wyoming is number 1 in a race that nobody wants to win, I am pleased to say that we did beat the state of New York with 24/7 coverage. So kudos to everybody who works so hard in suicide prevention. Our goal as a crisis line, as 988, is to triage the calls and to hopefully get people in crisis further upstream before they need the services of the various mental health facilities here, before we have to get to Title 25. We are here to help them as soon as they have the need. The stigma of suicide and death by suicide is tremendous. And that's one of the real benefits, I think, of having 988, because people can call us and do call us when they're not comfortable parking their pickup in front of the counseling center in their little town. I live in Graybull, and we all know which offices are the counseling centers in our little town. I also want to talk about the importance of being able to answer the calls here in Wyoming. I answered a call during the summer. The woman was in great distress, started saying, "I'm not suicidal, but," and she was talking, and she then said, but you don't know what it's like to live in a little town. Because I'm calling, and she thought she was calling, in those days it was before 988, the 800 number, and thought it was some random call center someplace in the nation. And I said, I live in Graybull. I could hear her sigh of relief that she was talking to somebody who understood what it's like to live in what I used to call rural America, but Wyoming is frontier America. We haven't made it to rural yet, but it's something that I hope we can do. I'm here to talk and to speak on behalf of this important piece of legislation because we need sustainable funding that we can count on. We've been able to operate through some grants from SAMHSA, as was outlined before, as well as the generosity of the Episcopal Church, who through various congregations, parishes, and their foundation has been able to provide us with funding. But philanthropic funding is not guaranteed. It is important for our staff to get a paycheck, that we have enough people on staff to answer these calls. So with sustainable funding, we will be able to keep our operations going. And I think I also speak for CWCC that it is important that we have qualified, dedicated staff to answer these calls, be they simple calls such as, many times it's, I broke up with my boyfriend, I broke up with my girlfriend. They just need someone to talk to. It can go from there all the way over to a true crisis situation where we have to call emergency dispatch services. Thankfully, those are few and far between, but we do provide a service for the residents of this state. Since 988 rolled out, we have seen month over month an increase between 7 and 10% in call volume. So the need is there, and as the advertising campaigns continue, and I do want to give kudos to the Department of Health because I have seen on television the 988 ads that the Department of Health has placed. That is going to be so important as more people understand that the service is available to them, that they don't need to sit in quiet, in fear, in despair, that we are there to help them and that we can then help them go through the continuum of care. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And did you say your last name was Wiederspan?
The last name is Nieder Westerman. It's
I'm so
hyphenated.
sorry.
It's okay.
Nieder
I go by
Westerman.
Ralph. It's easier.
Nieder Westerman. Thank you. I don't hear as well as I used to. And so are there questions for Mr. Nieder Westerman? I think you did a great, excellent job. Thank you very much. We appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Co-Chairman, and everybody on the committee.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else in the room like to testify? Mr. Riemann. And then you're going to, ma'am, you go first, right? Okay. And then be on deck, Jason. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Lindsay Simoneau. I represent the Wyoming Counseling Association. We would love to thank the Revenue Committee for bringing this bill forward. I did speak in September, so I will do my best to keep my comments brief. We absolutely support the amendment brought by the telecoms people today. We are very excited to have them and welcome them as important partners in moving this forward, and we absolutely support this amendment. I would like to highlight for the committee, page 6, line 5, the paragraph of meeting the requirements established by the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. That paragraph is incredibly important to this bill for a few reasons. The first is that it keeps us in compliance with the national legislation, which was signed by President Trump in October of 2020. The second is it really ensures quality of care for the Wyoming legislature. You're wanting to ensure the quality of care of what you're paying for. And you're doing that by requiring that the Suicide Lifeline and those who are answering these calls are getting the most evidence-based training in order to meet our at-risk populations. And as you've already heard from previous testimony, that is our veterans and that is our agricultural community. We currently are, and by we, I mean the state of Wyoming, there are grants from the USDA currently for those in agriculture to get a certain amount of free sessions from mental health providers in the private sector. And we're just starting to see that roll out in the last 2 weeks. And so we are seeing that uptick in our agricultural population engaging in mental health services. And we are doing our best to meet that need. As far as why does this need to be separate from the general fund, mental health does have a history of budget cuts. We had the opportunity of taking on $15 million in budgetary cuts in 2021 for community mental health centers. We welcomed it. We understood the necessity given what was going on in the state at that time. It does cause a problem when it comes to continuity of care. The Wyoming Counseling Association believes that there should not be an issue with continuity of care when it comes to the 988 Lifeline, and that's why we're asking for it to be separate from the general budget. With that, I do stand for question.
And would you pronounce your last name for me?
Semino.
Semino. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Questions for Ms. Semino? I think you hit a home run. Thank you very
Mr.
much,
Chairman.
Ms. Semino. Mr. Hendricks. Oh, you tag team wrestling here, right? Ms. Wilkinson.
Good morning, committee. Jason Hendricks with Range. I just wanted to support the amendment. I agree with everything Ms. Levin stated. I don't want to take up too much of your time other than just saying that we support the amendment and we are ready in our network to implement this system.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Hendrickson? Thank you, Jason. Ms. Wilkinson.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Catherine Wilkinson here today on behalf of All West Communications and Silver Star Communications, also echoing our support for the amendment in the bill and would stand for any questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Questions for either one of these? Thank you. Thank you both. Anybody else in the audience like to address the committee? Anybody else in the audience? Mr. Riemann.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jeremiah Riemann here on behalf of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. I just wanted to come up and briefly provide a response to Representative Baker's question. I don't have the most recent figures, but I was able to go back in our information and find data through fiscal year 2019 relative to the county costs. And with 3 counties excluded from that data, so Converse, Natrona, and Platte, which certainly I suspect would increase this quite considerably, there was roughly $2 million in expenses during that fiscal year. I also wanted to note that that data does not include the costs that would go associated with the attorney's office, with law enforcement, and other things that might be associated with that response. Mr. Chairman, I also just wanted to provide one little update to what Director Johansson said in terms of the local responsibility. He's correct in terms of the 72-hour time frame, but there's another little quirk in there that says excluding holidays and weekends. So if you can just imagine the weekend coming up, if we had somebody placed on Wednesday, the county would actually be responsible for the cost all the way through next Tuesday. So it can exceed 72 hours for local governments. Mr. Chairman, with that, certainly as a partner with you in this effort, we certainly, I think I can confidently say that the commissioners would stand in support of this effort to ensure that we have additional resources dedicated to this particular situation. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Reaman. Questions for Mr. Reaman? Thanks a bunch. Would anybody else like to testify? Ms. Henson? Trying to figure out the revenue connection, but Director Henson.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Brenda Henson, speaking to you today as a private citizen and a past founding board member of Grace for Two Brothers, a suicide prevention and awareness group here in Laramie County. First and foremost, I want to thank all of those folks that are the ones that are answering the phones. So when Grace for Two Brothers started in Laramie County, boy, let's talk about a challenge, trying to get established, trying to figure out where the donations from the public could be best spent. And so this bill, this effort to have one place where you can have those professionals that are trained and knowing what to say and what not to say, truly, previously in this state, you had all these organizations out there kind of on their own, trying to make sure that they filled that void. And it was challenging. And I'll also state that it's difficult in that those people that are taking those phone calls, this is heart-wrenching. Those phone calls and those people that are calling are going through circumstances within their lives where they really don't see another option. And so with that, I just encourage the committee to support this effort and to ensure that this is a place where everyone recognizes they can call this one place and they can get the guidance and help that they need. And I appreciate the committee's time on this topic.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. Any questions for Ms. Henson? Thank you very much. We have Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, it was mentioned that there's a suicide review team now here that's been established with the coroner. Are you familiar with that, or did you have any involvement in that? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Baker, I am not familiar with that. At the time that we were forming Grace for Two Brothers, we worked very closely with the local county coroner in our attempts at trying to ensure that resources were there for both family members who had just suffered a great loss. But I don't know Representative Baker of current situation, so I apologize.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Henson. You know, I know as we're looking for anybody else that might want to testify, I know the Cheyenne community's been hit very hard. I can think of directors of major state agencies who've been impacted by suicide, you know, important directors, including the Department of Health. And I know it is. And then the saddest part is that if we were holding this meeting in any town in Wyoming, we'd have the same thing. So I'm glad we're here today. How about online, Emily? We got anybody online?
Mr. Chairman, we have a few people signed up. I would just ask anyone who would like to provide online public comment to raise their virtual hand.
And
it looks like we have Barbara Ann Green, Lance Nyberger.
And welcome to the online folks. This bill is going to pass, I just guarantee you, and we are the Revenue Committee, so that means we're already behind. So please think about a little bit as we'd like to move on with this bill and get to working it. And we'd love to hear from you, but maybe we can keep it brief. So who's first online? I can't read that, but Ms. Green.
Thank you, Chairman. I will make it very brief because I'm late for a commissioner meeting for Wyoming State Parks, but I felt it was important to talk to you guys very briefly. Just got back from 9 days in Washington, D.C. and was very inspired, sadly, by walking around the monuments for our war veterans. And I chose some words that I got from those monuments, and they fought together as brothers in arms, they died together, and now they sleep side by side to them. We have a solemn obligation. And that was Admiral Nimitz. And another one by Harry Truman was our debt to the heroic men and valiant women in the service of our county can never be repaid. They have earned our undying gratitude. America will never forget their sacrifices. And as mentioned earlier, you guys know that 22 veterans a day die from suicide. And while I know there are some concerns about funding, I would ask that this committee consider what we owe to our Wyomingites that have fought in the wars of terror and have defended our way of life in Wyoming. And with that, sir, I'm going to sign off because I'm late for my State Parks Commissioner meeting.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Green? Thank you, Ms. Green. Thank you very much for that. Who else is online, Emily?
We have Mr. Nyberger.
Mr. Nyberger.
Yes, thank you for allowing me, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I will not take a lot of your time. We've heard some wonderful testimony this morning. As chairman of the Natrona County Suicide Prevention Task Force, I really ask that you please support this bill and pass it forward. I don't need to reiterate what's been said before, but thank you again for your time and efforts.
Thank you for all the work you're doing, Mr. Nyberg.
Thank you.
Any questions for the gentleman? Senator James has a question, sir.
Yes, sir.
Go. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. It's not for you, sir.
Okay.
Great day. We'll get this bill taken care of. Anybody else online wish to speak? Anybody else here? Okay, I think we'll close public testimony and we'll come to the bill. Committee, you've heard the testimony. What is your pleasure? Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question. Are we promoting this as a veteran suicide hotline or just a suicide hotline? Thank you.
Well, Senator James, I think it's, there's no restriction to any group. It's for everyone. I think the point was being made that the veterans are a high percentage of suicides.
Mr. Chairman, that makes a huge difference in promotion and how it's put out there. So if it's a veteran suicide hotline, there's different funding, there's all kinds of different things that go into it versus what we've been talking about. So I think we need to clarify a veteran suicide versus what we've been talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James.
Make motion to move the bill.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the bill. I do think, everyone, that it is important that we have one place where people to call, regardless of your circumstances or your background. And so funding might be different, but thank you. Mr. Co-Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move the proposed amendment.
The telecom industry amendment. We've got lots of seconds, but I'll give it to Pappas. And is there further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The amendment is carried. Back on the bill. Does anybody want to deal with the maize and shells? Or let's hear from Representative Gray.
I've got a different amendment.
Okay.
Want to do that first?
Would it be okay to do the easy one first and then come back to you? Because I think the maize and shells would be easy. I'm thinking it would be. Would someone like to offer that amendment to take those 4 places that were suggested? I think we decided it was only 3.
There's only 3 places.
Yeah, so we've got a motion by Senator Baldwin and a second by Representative Roscoe. Any discussion on that? Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a brief question. On page 6, line 5, it was brought up that they would like to see that stay as a shall. So would did you want to pull that portion out and?
You can just say, let's divide it, or if it's friendly with the maker of the amendment. Let's go through it again. Representative Baker, where are you talking about?
So on page 6, line 5, that Roman numeral 5 there, it was suggested that they did want that to remain a shall, as opposed to the rest of it being a may. I think it was okay. If I recall, I think they wanted that to be.
I'm not even seeing a may on that line, so.
Well, it's referencing the shall from page 5, line 8. So I think it was the nurses, is that right? Or counseling, yeah.
Director Johansson, could you help us with that? Would you mind? This came from you. Do you have a copy? Do you know what we're talking about?
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. Other people were being selfish with my time in the hall. So
Oh, okay.
Happy to help.
To Representative Baker's point about, go ahead, Representative Baker.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think it was the counselors that brought it up that they would prefer that on page 6, line 8, that paragraph actually remain a shall, and the rest of it, they were okay with it being a may.
So either we got a different version of the bill, because I don't see a shall on page 6, line 8.
Mr. Chairman?
I realize you're trying to get my attention. Can you clear this up? So it's the shall that applies to the list on page 5, line 9. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, again, you countermand me if I'm being overly selfish here, but on page 5, line 8, where you see that shall language, a crisis center designated under this section, I think may, as determined by the department or something similar, if we're going with may language throughout this for the department's authority, that might work effectively there, as opposed to a shall.
Okay. Is that kind of what you're thinking is, Representative Baker?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if we could get an opinion from the counseling, but I think that we could just, if they need that portion to be a shall, I don't know if it needs to be addressed and maybe pull it out, but.
Ms. Somerville, why don't you come up and be on deck? Senator Baldwin, we're gonna keep thinking about whether this is friendly or not. We haven't determined, so we're still thinking. Ms. Summerfield, can you help us with this? The department has requested that on page 5, line 9, that shall be a may as determined by the department.
Mr. Chairman, in general, we are supportive of giving the Department of Health as much mays or permissibility as possible, but it is important for quality standards. I think that's what we heard from the Counseling Association, that all of those points, so in little I, line 15, line 18, they have to have an agreement. They have to meet all requirements and best practices. I think that maybe there's some massaging we can do on where we can give the department flexibility, but there are things in that section that are incredibly important to make sure we have quality services.
So, Senator Baldwin, let's just separate out let's just call this divisible. So each may is a divisible question. So let's deal with this one first, you guys, okay? Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your expertise and your comment. But I guess what I'm thinking is, in terms of the permissibility and standing up this important program, that we have a department that's leaning forward, if you will, in making sure that everything meets the criteria of current standards. And I have confidence in that. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, if we go ahead and allow them permissibility, particularly in this initial setup phase, I think we're going to have an opportunity to do it right and do it quicker than if we constrain them to the standards set forth by an entity outside of Wyoming. Wouldn't you agree?
It sounds a little leading, but maybe you would agree.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Henderson, in general, I do think that the department is doing a phenomenal job at standing up a system, essentially building the plane while we've been flying it for the last 18 months, 2 years. I think that there's possibility we can work with department on rule, just again, making sure that the quality standards, those are really important. We need to make sure the residents are getting what they need.
Okay, everybody, I suspect if there's a change made here, it might get changed back later. It's not the end of the world, and we can deal with this. But we are talking about the shall, changing it to a may on line 9 on page 5, right? And just to confuse things further, we are not talking about the shall that's on line 2 at the end of the sentence on page 5. So just respect to the question of the may, or the changing the shall to a may on line 9. Senator Pappas.
Mr. Chairman, I understand that. The question is, though, in my mind, we're talking about designating a crisis center. And if we give them the may on line 2, then if they have the ability to designate the crisis center, then under B, they shall do these things for the crisis center. I think it's the wrong may we're changing. I mean, it's the wrong shall we're changing. I think 9 should stay shall, and 2, on line 2 should be the may. We could ask the department.
We can ask the department.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Senator Pappas, I don't disagree with you. If the shall on page 5, line 2 is changed to a may, two things happen. One, this whole section becomes permissive to the department. And then it's a policy call for the committee on whether, if we're permitted to do that, if the center shall abide by these kind of federally designated rules and regulations. If the line 2 shall is changed to a may, I'm certainly comfortable with that being permissive. Again, as I testified earlier, given the evolving nature of what's being required of providers, mental health centers, states when it comes to 988, a lot of what's in the remainder of page 5 could change and evolve in the future in terms of those requirements. That's where, again, I think may language throughout could still work. I mean, we will implement it to the quality measures that we know need to happen if we have crisis centers doing this work.
Ms. Summerfield, did you have any comment?
Mr. Chairman, no, I think that that's a good direction to go. I agree with Director Johansson.
Okay. So right now we have a division of this motion and it deals only with the shall on line 9. So I'm going to call for the question. All those that would like to change that shall to a may, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We'll have a show of hands. All those that want to change the shall to a may, raise your hand. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that has failed on a tie vote. Back to your motion for the residuals, Senator Baldwin. Where are we at? In 2 other places. And I don't believe one of them was page 5, line 2, but anyway. But let's get your other 2 and then we'll come back.
May require help from the committee. I have medicine head today, so to find those other 2.
So I had that one was page 6, line 5. That was and that one was page 6, line 19.
And I believe that page 6, line 5 now does not need to be changed. Is that correct? Because it stayed as a shall, because we just defeated the first part of the amendment.
I agree.
So that would only leave the line 19.
Director Johansson, you want to weigh in on line 19 changed? Page 6, line 19.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, page 6, line 19, I really don't think it's that important to have this change to a may. It works. It works either way. Again, to me, this is governed by the same language from before. We already have the direction and the ability, the requirement to oversee this system by nature of the appropriations, the funding. So I think if this were unchanged, it would be okay. I would still prefer it as a may, but not a huge line in the sand here.
Back to you.
I will withdraw that amendment.
Okay, it's withdrawn without objection. Okay, so I think we are back to a new potential amendment on line 5, page 5, line 2. Is that right, Director Pappas? Or Director Pappas, Senator Pappas,
Yes, I
Director
would-
Johansson, figure it out.
Right, I would like to make that motion for that line.
Okay, discussion on that motion. So I'm having we've got a second by Henderson and discussion on the motion. First time I have a little heartburn about this because this is like the big direction. You're going to designate these the crisis centers, and that's purpose of the bill. So I'm not really ready to make it permissive. I'm not seeing how that fits. So, but I'm open to discussion. Help me out. Director Johansson, you wanted to tussle with us on that one?
Mr. Chairman, tussle might not be required. Again, I think we have the ability to do this already. If it's directed, it's really not a huge operational issue. I just think given, again, I sound like a broken record, but given how much this is evolving and what we might be required to designate going forward by accepting federal funds, et cetera, I just don't know what this will look like in the future. If we're directed to, designate these centers to be, sort of coordinating entities, so be it. I think that always comes down, as anything else does, to who those centers are and what funding we have to do that. It could be an unfunded mandate, which is why I always prefer permissive language there.
I certainly understand. I think our obstacle in standing this whole thing up has been the money. I mean, really, it hasn't been the will of the department, and there's no means of impinging the will of the department or any of the other people. So the shell's not really, you've been bad and you need to be good now. It's not nothing at all like that. It's just saying, hey, we want you to do this now that we found the funding. Further discussion on the amendment? Okay, all those in favor of changing that shall on line 2, page 5 to a may, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Show of hands. All those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I lost it. I saw one for a while down there, so I've got 7. All those opposed, raise your hand. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chairs voting aye, 6, 7, 8. Somehow we gained on that. So I think that has failed. Somebody voted twice, but even if it was a tie, it would have failed. Does anybody want to dispute it and do it over? Okay. Where are we at? Back on the bill? Is there anything else on the bill? Is the issue of the staff comment? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, the may and shall that I was most concerned with is on page 9,
Okay.
line 13, and I guess I'm wondering from Director Johansson, is that a big deal if that's a may versus a shall? That's it, one that really kind of jumped out at me right from the beginning.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Director
Senator
Johansson.
Schuler, I would prefer that as a may. It really depends on what the legislature's ultimate expectation of that exploration would be. As I mentioned before, any of our programs, we have a lot of overlap between funding sources, federal, state, other, tobacco. We're constantly looking to offset general funds when possible. So we will do that anyways. I think, again, in my humble opinion, this entire section is unnecessary based on the authority we already have to fund behavioral health related services. But again, I understand if the direction is wanting to be clarified in statute that we may provide this type of payment related specifically to 988 referrals, then so be it. But specifically on page 9, line 13, if that were a may, that would certainly be my preference.
Are you making that motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make that motion.
Is there a second? Got a second by Yin? Okay, who's got a second on it? Second by Pappas. Discussion, Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So maybe just a question for both Ms. Somerville and the director. I think this part might give some people pause and confusion on the floor especially. And I wonder if the department already has the authority to do this and probably will be doing it, why don't we just strike this section out of the bill? And would they be opposed to that?
And so Representative Yin, are you suggesting the whole 3525-504 payment for crisis services, take it out of the bill?
Yes, Mr.
It's
Chairman.
a possibility, but right now the motion is on this particular may and shall, but Director Johansson with leeway.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Yin, again, I might be in a minority here. That would not give me heartburn if this section were gone. I think we have that authority, but I'll reiterate, if it's the preference of the committee and ultimately the legislature to give us this permissive authority to pay for these services, then so be it. I think it's awkward to me when we get an expectation that you may pay for these services and then big bad Director Johansson the next year decides not to, and we come back and you say, why haven't you paid for this? It creates a little bit of awkwardness, but again, not a strong preference here. I just don't think in light of the permissive language that our ability to pay for crisis services, pay for this system, pay for referrals, I think we have that authority already.
Ms. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, if the entire section is struck from the bill, I do have just a little bit of hesitancy, and that goes back to, again, the discussion that was had earlier in terms of making sure that we're not putting a financial burden on folks that get services from this system. So the intent from our point of view on the payment pieces to make sure that the call center operations are funded, and then allow the Department of Health the permissibility to potentially build out or pay for those services that they deem necessary. Specifically to the line 13 on page 9, in terms of exploring options for Medicaid program, we don't have any heartburn if that's was removed right now. Through behavioral health reform, through certified community behavioral health centers, there's a lot of stuff that's going on in that venue that I have absolute confidence the Department of Health is going to continue to look at. So does
You
that
have
help,
it-
Mr. Chairman?
It does, but do you have, if we go back to the shall versus may, do you have any heartburn if that's changed to a may?
Mr. Chairman, I have no heartburn if that's a may.
So, okay, so I think we're back on your motion, unless you want to withdraw and do the other motion about the section. So we're back on the motion. The motion is line 13, the word shall, changing it to a may. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Looks like that's carried, so. Anything else on the bill, Mr. Co-Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Director, and Ms. Somerville, just on this section, just to be crystal clear for the committee that there are going to be no Wyoming citizens sent a bill for any of these services, similar to the Title 25 issue that we fixed in 2015. Or does this need an amendment to clarify that the patient will not be billed directly?
So I think that's tricky ground, and we'll hear from the director, but you may have ongoing mental services that you need help with, or other kinds of services. And there may be a cost share. I don't see how we can say one way or the other. Director Johansson.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Harshman, again, it's a good question. Let me try to offer my opinion and also provide an example. In the Title 25 space that we talked about before, when the legislature removed the requirement for hospitals essentially to bill all insurances, including the patient, prior to billing the state or the county, you all removed that in the legislature. I think it was a positive action to not be balance billing people who are in crisis or have mental health issues.
And involuntarily committed.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. Anybody who's committed against their will, I think that's where we were running into issues just on the financial side, not to mention the emotional side. However, I do want to make a distinction that I think is important. If someone who goes through a civil commitment under Title 25 and has insurance, has private insurance, we try to work with providers and enforce that balance bills should not be issued. However, a contract that an individual has with their insurance companies for copays and deductibles, we based on AG review and certainly my department's policy position, we've said that it is okay, it is permissible for a hospital or provider to essentially charge the copay if that's what's required by that person's plan. I do always caveat that and say take the person's well-being, physical and mental, into consideration before you levy that copay, that deductible, et cetera. That's a tricky issue, and there's currently no prohibition on someone being responsible for their copays and deductibles under Title 25 if they're insured. I think there's a similar function at play here, that if someone calls the Lifeline, is referred to services, it's determined when they're referred that they have private insurance that covers some behavioral health treatment. Generally, it's the preference of this body in the legislature to say we should access that coverage prior to using state funds. That may include the levying of copays and deductibles as it would in any other healthcare scenario. I don't have a strong preference on that. I think that's okay. What I hear you saying, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is in terms of charging someone directly for the full cost of service or balance billing them because their insurance didn't cover everything, maybe that is what we want to prohibit. And I will say that certainly in our provider network with our community mental health centers or others, we would not be in a position or want to be in a position to charge clients who come through this system unnecessarily. But I do think there's a philosophical debate there on folks who call a Lifeline and then receive help, and they're insured and their insurance covers, let's say 80% of the cost, and they have a 20% coinsurance or a copay. Should that be levied? I think that's a policymaker discussion. To the good chairman's point, often folks with serious mental illness, it's not, let's treat it for a week or 2 weeks. This could be an ongoing expense. I do think there's a risk if you say no patient shall be charged for any care, then it does default to the state to provide that ongoing coverage without the ability to leverage insurance. I think that would be problematic. But specifically for cost, those balance billing type issues, we would be interpreting this bill and our function as making sure that we're not doing that to the patients, but would work with our providers and them on the most appropriate way to leverage their payers, their costs. So long-winded explanation. I hope that helped somewhat.
I think it does. I think then the next question is, sounds to me like you don't need our help in this bill then to accomplish that. That's the thing we want to make sure.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Harshman, I don't believe.
You guys are
so
doing a
at this
good
time.
job without me, but you ought to come through me.
Okay, sorry. Sorry.
It's all right. So I think we're good, right? Is there anything else on this bill? Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, so I will move to strike on page 9, lines 13 through 15. We made that permissive. The director's already going to do it. Let's just not mention Medicaid in the bill, and I think that will be easier for everybody involved. So it's the motion, if there's a second.
And specifically which lines?
Lines 13 through 15, just that section.
Just
B.
the little b.
Little b.
Is there a second to the motion? Got a second by Roscoe. Is there further discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
No. Show of hands. All those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got 6. All those opposed, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Motion fails. Back on the bill. Who's Representative Gray?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment, which is to strike 3525-506. So that would be a deletion starting on page 10, line 15. It will continue through page 13, line 23. And then on page 14, the amendment would strike lines 12 through 19, and it would be replaced, line 12, with $2 million from the general fund. And then with the wording, it is the intention that this be included as part of the department's standard budget moving forward.
Is there a second on the motion? Second from Baker. Discussion on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an important issue. It is a key function of government, and that's why I think that it should be funded by the general fund. I will say over on the House side, we had an amendment to remove all of the reductions of the Department of Health in 2021 and to pay for it with reductions in other areas that were wants, not needs. This, though, is a need. And I am a little concerned by the discussion that the general fund is not a sustainable or not a permanent funding source. It is a permanent funding source. It's actually our most stable funding source by far. And it is the intent of the general fund to fund needs of the state, and this is a need. The rainy day account has totally a different function. And I don't think that's the correct funding source for this. And, as it currently reads, this funding source could be pulled by the legislature in theory. So I don't buy the argument that as it's worded, that this is a permanent funding source. And I think that it should be funded out of the general fund. And I'm very confident that it would continue to be funded. And that language about the standard budget, it being included in the standard budget, I think indicates that stance of the legislature. So, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gray. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Anybody want to weigh in? Not seeing any, but fools rush in. I do think the Appropriations Committee will probably decide this one way or another when they return the bill from Appropriations. I think they're probably going to have a better handle on it. And I suspect I will live with their recommendation. I'm not sure that we should jump in when we kind of had this flagship method of funding it to really kind of stake a commitment to it, but that's just my opinion. So further discussion? Did you want to respond, Representative Gray? Okay. The question is to change the funding from a trust fund with earnings to an ongoing general fund obligation. By voting yes, you support the motion for ongoing general fund obligation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
I think the noes have it. Does anybody want to call for a division? I think the motion has failed. Back on the bill. Anything else on the bill? Dr. Hallinan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we delete section 2035/25/504 from this bill
What page is that on, Doctor? Do you know?
on page 9.
Okay.
The whole section.
3525-504.
Right.
So it runs from first line of page 9
1.
to the line 14 on page 10.
On,
Did I skip over?
no, just from.
Oh, I see, there's the words
Line 1
advisory
to
board. It's
one-
just on page 9. Thank
on
you.
page
Sorry for
9.
sorry for that. So it's the two paragraphs, 3525-504, lines 1 through 15 on page 9. Discussion. Did we get a second for that? We got a second. I'm sorry. I want to make sure. Discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to say that this whole section is unnecessary to this bill. The bill, it says that the department may provide, but this bill has to do with the trust fund. The trust fund has to do with the issue of the call centers. And I don't believe that this section adds anything to this bill because the department has the ability to provide for the crisis services that come from this bill. And I think that this is strictly an unlimited item. I think it complicates the issue when it comes to the floor of the House. I think it's likely to cause problems. Because I also pointed out that this amount of money that's going to be required for these services to be paid for by the department is unknown. And I think that is a problem for this bill. So I believe that this item should be deleted from the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Doctor. Further discussion? Anybody else? Representative Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May we ask the director how he feels about this? Or is that out of place?
Oh, it's okay. Director Johansson.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Roscoe, again, as I mentioned, I don't have heartburn if this section is stricken. I also don't have major heartburn if it remains. As I mentioned earlier this morning, we have approximately a $100 million line item for community behavioral health services that can fund services for folks who are low income, uninsured. In 18 months will be for priority populations, including the low income and uninsured. So I think we have the ability to do that. As Ms. Somerville mentioned, if the intent is to give us permissive language that we can pay for this so as to avoid a person calling the Lifeline having to pay for their own services, that's a little bit of a different question. But given how I read and interpret the bill, I don't think this section has much relevance, whether it's in or out.
Ms. Somerville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My comments are again the same. Our preference is that this section stays in, again, to provide that clarity that the department may move forward and pay for these crisis services that are going to be essential in the future. I don't know that it causes any detriment for it to be in the bill, but we'll work with it either way. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? I'm not reading that this calls for funding from the trust fund. Going back to the language where it says the department may provide payment for provision of crisis services. And it doesn't, I think that's talking about other resources. That's not standing up the hotline. That's the way I read this. So Dr. Hallinan, you want to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do agree it doesn't call for any funds from the trust fund. And that's why I don't believe it's necessary to this bill. This bill has to do mainly with instituting a trust fund and the use of that trust fund to pay for the telephone services. And I think that's the appropriate way for this trust fund to be used. And I think this section says that the department may provide, and the department can provide that now. They don't need any allowance from this committee or from the House to do that. They can do that on their own. So I believe that's unnecessary in this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? Are you ready for the question? So the question is on deletion of that section. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Call for division? Doctor, you're calling for one. All those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those opposed, raise your hand. 1. Jennings is up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think the motion has failed. Is there anything else on the bill? Is there anything else on the bill? Question on the bill? Oh, we got Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to state for the record, I'm very supportive of the hotline, but I'm going to be voting no due to the funding source. I just don't think doing it this way is the proper way. I think you go through the general fund and hopeful that the Appropriations Committee makes that move, but I have to vote as the bill is written. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Gray. Anybody else want to speak before? Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I will be voting yes, but I do want to say that, the hotline won't continue unless we fund it, and we won't be able to fund it unless we have a bill going forward that does it. So I think no matter what, if you support the hotline, we would need to have a bill continuing to fund it as a vehicle going into the session, right? So otherwise, we just won't have a hotline anymore. So I do urge everyone to vote yes.
Representative Gray.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to correct that because it was in the budget. And so, that's still funding there. So, so you vote as the bill is written. So I just want to correct that. Thank you.
Well, it's a pretty hot topic, so we'll have to just work our way through it. Any further discussion? Representative Sweeney.
Just would like to say that, yes, it's part of the budget. However, those are one-time funds.
They are. Thank you. Mr. Co-Chair.
You opened it up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted,
I didn't want to.
Before we leave, I just want to thank Ms. Somerville and really your whole team that has brought this to us for the last several months. I would say too, with the trust fund, Wyoming has become real experts in using our one-time surpluses from mineral revenues to fund our government. And, we've got $188 million for wildlife. And I think this 40 million will be a step to, because, we're all temporary here. All of us are going to be gone soon. And and someday down the road, people are going to say, wow, this was really important. We got to keep funding these suicide prevention measures. And so appreciate your work and bringing it to us. And hopefully we can keep moving this forward. And I don't know, we got nearly a $3 billion surplus. And this would be a great way to move this forward and ensure that not only the funding, but what it states about our commitment and who we are, what's important to us. And wildlife's important to us too, but this is also important to us. So again, appreciate all your work and efforts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody want to say anything else? I think I'm ready for the question. Would you call the roll on the bill, please? Thank you all for testifying. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote on 23 LSO 267988 suicide prevention as amended. Senator Baldwin.
Aye.
Senator James. Senator Pappas. Senator Schuler. Representative Baker? Representative Gray? Representative Hallinan? Representative Henderson? Representative Jennings? Representative Roscoe?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So it looks like that has passed, and appreciate the work on it. I think we might be hearing from the Appropriations Committee on this, and we'll go with their expertise. So thank you very much. Let's take a 15-minute break. That would bring us back at 11:15. So it's a 13-minute break, and we'll start promptly at that time, and it'll be, Madam Director, it'll be your team. So you might as well get in position if you can. Thanks. loading the feed, Emily, or however that works.
I am cold.
I don't know how you deal with it.
My fingers are freezing.
Okay.
It's dropped 3 degrees or 2 degrees.
It's kind of a, we'd like to get this meeting moving along. I figure if you're cold, you'll move faster.
That's true.
Okay, I'm showing it that it's 11:15. Let's call the meeting back to order. Director Henson, welcome. I see you got the staff here. This would be a good day to cheat on your taxes because you guys are all over here. No. All right, Director Henson, we put the ball to you.
Mr. Chairman, Brenda Henson, Director of the Department of Revenue, thank you for this time on the agenda. I recognize that you have a long day ahead. I had initially indicated that maybe 45 minutes, so I'm going to try and stick to that, I promise.
Okay.
Chairman Case, I have with me today Brett Fanning, Excise Tax Division Administrator. And the first items that we would like to discuss today are the sales and use tax exemption reports. As you know, by statute, we're required to complete these on an annual basis and report no later than December 1st. So this is our opportunity to provide those. And Mr. Fanning will go through each of the, I believe there's 4 reports. The other report that we want to cover today is also the mineral tax exemption report. I don't anticipate those will take a great deal of time. We'll certainly answer any questions that you have. But then I had asked, and you had been kind enough to grant us a little bit of time to just cover some administrative language, what I believe to be clarification. And we will cover that once we get through the exemption reports. So with that, Mr. Chairman, Brett, if you would please go through the exemption reports.
Mr. Fanning, welcome.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Brett Fanning, Excise Tax Administrator, Wyoming Department of Revenue. So thank you, Director Henson. And so each year we are tasked with compiling these reports to report to the Joint Revenue Committee. And so at this time, we have 4 reports that I'd like to go over. And in consideration of time, I will go through each one of these reports. And if you do have any questions, by all means, make sure you send them our way. And so the first one that I like to go over is the sales tax exemption for broadband service providers. And it's also important to note too, that the order that we are going in these exemptions is just the way they were put on the website. There's no particular order. It's just the way they were on the website. Okay, so the first one, there is an exemption for broadband providers when they're providing telecommunications in unserved areas. And so I have provided kind of an outline here. It was also available on the website. But as far as with broadband providers, so the way this works is it's really a team effort between a variety of entities to compile these reports. So we work with the Wyoming Business Council, the Wyoming Department of Workforce Services. My team does an outstanding job in compiling these reports. We work with the Wyoming Department of Administration and Information, ANI, to help analyze some of these results for us. There's really a bunch of information and analysis that goes into these reports. So for the broadband, we surveyed companies that were fiscal year 2022. So this is July 1 of 2021 through June 30th of 2022. And so based on a report that we received from the Wyoming Business Council, we sent out 25 surveys to potential companies that we felt might be able to utilize this exemption. From the 25 surveys, we received responses back from 12. And so then 3 of these companies responded back and said, hey, yes, we do utilize this exemption. So out of our 25 surveys, 12 responded, which is just under 50% response rate. So again, on the total exemption cost, so for the 3 companies that responded back to us, they reported that there was just over $6 million in exempt purchases that were utilized by this exemption. And if you take it by an average tax rate for last fiscal year, that is tax foregone of $328,000 for this broadband exemption. And so just moving forward in the spirit of time, we also do have analysis. The statute requires us to search a variety of employment, wage, and benefit information, which for broadband providers, we actually review this on our surveys. We ask for it when we send out our surveys. So just in the spirit of time, I can run through those, Mr. Chairman. If not, I can continue forward to the next exemption.
I think it might be okay to continue forward. All that wage and other information is in your electronic copy. But the bottom line is, of all the people you asked in the broadband world, they reported back $6 million in investment related to this exemption. And the total tax impact was $300,000.
Mr. Chairman, $328,681.92.
Okay. So do you suspect that other companies are not using it, or the $6 million sounds pretty light to me?
Mr. Chairman, yes, it's very difficult for us to, and it goes back to the memo that I wanted to touch base on going forward. So we send out 25 surveys to companies that the Wyoming Business Council said, hey, these are folks that may be able to utilize this exemption. And so from 25 surveys, we only got responses back from 12. So the answer to your question is, it is inherently, it's light, unless there are no companies that didn't report that are not utilizing this exemption. Now, the statute doesn't have any legislative teeth per se. They don't have to respond back to our surveys. But the answer to your question is yes, there are likely companies that are utilizing this exemption that the department has no way of knowing if they are in fact using it.
Just by way of framing this, that means that they are filling out sales tax reports, but they aren't including this investment on the sales tax report. I mean, probably the other companies are. It's speculative, I suppose, but in other words, we could be granting the exemption and they could be claiming the exemption, but we actually don't know they're claiming the exemption.
Mr. Chairman, in simplified terms, yes. Yes.
So we have an exemption that we're granting that we don't know what it does and we don't know if they're taking it.
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Director Henson.
Mr. Chairman, some of that is due to when we make a purchase, we pay the vendor.
Right.
So these companies would be purchasing equipment from a vendor. It's the vendor that is responsible for remitting that tax. If I am a purchaser and I provide a sales tax exemption certificate, the vendor then believes that no tax is owed. And so it truly is a situation where the purchaser of that equipment, unless they report it in this manner, we're not going to see it because the vendor is just showing that it was not a taxable sale. And we don't know for which exemption was the reason for the exemption that it was not paying tax. So, and we've got a few of them out there. And so with that, hopefully that clarifies.
I think I get it.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So did you say 12 responded or 3 responded?
Back to you, Mr. Fanning.
Chairman Case, Representative Sweeney, great clarification question. So out of the 25 surveys that we sent, we heard back from 12 companies. And then of the 12, 3 of those companies said, hey, yes, we use that exemption.
It's interesting. I think folks in the telecom business actually know more about who would be qualifying and who not, and who would be making these investments and who wouldn't be, rather than, but anyway, shall we keep going?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. The next exemption report that I'd like to go over is there's an exemption for the sale and purchase of coal gasification or coal liquefaction those materials and equipment that are used to build those facilities.
How's that going?
Mr. Chairman, so the answer to that question is the department does not have any knowledge of any companies that are utilizing this exemption. Now, specifically to Director Henson's report, yes, we do not know if companies are utilizing this exemption. The department only knows that as of right now, we do not have any knowledge of companies using it right now. So it's our shortest report, and it says that we don't know if anyone has utilized this exemption over the past fiscal year.
This is sort of a window into an earlier age in Wyoming, actually. So anyway, not many people are doing these projects anymore. So please keep going.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next exemption report that I would like to go over is the Data Processing Services Center exemption. And so this is one where we actually survey the folks on the companies for this exemption on a calendar year. So it's actually a little bit different than how we survey folks for the other exemptions. The reason being is, one, it's a staffing consideration for the department and my staff. Two is, in order to meet this exemption, it's on a calendar year basis. And we try and stay consistent with, for them to be able to use this exemption, it's on a calendar year. So we also try and stay consistent in that regard. So for calendar year 2021, we reached out to 5 entities that the Wyoming Business Council has certified as data centers in most simplest terms. And so of the 5 entities, we received responses from 2. And so again, math, 40% response rate. And so it's also important to note that this exemption is one of the very few in our statutes that actually has additional strings attached to it. So in order to actually qualify for this exemption, inherently in the statute, it says you have to make a lot of purchases. And so again, I'm simplifying, but that's really what it says. And so we sent out 5 surveys, and then 2 of them responded to us. And so the total exemption cost that was reported from that calendar year 2021 is companies reported $207 million in exempt purchases for the first part of the exemption, which is really computer equipment and software and things of those nature. In addition, there's a second part of that exemption that says, hey, we give you an exemption for power supplies, backup generators. And so that was an additional $75.5 million in exempt purchases. And so then if you actually take the tax rate on some of those, you're looking at $15 million that was foregone based on this exemption. And so that is the gist of the data center exemption. Again, this is one where we have a chart in here that says, hey, there's a lot of exempt purchases and tax that are foregone dating back to when this exemption went into effect years ago. Again, there's also additional employment information that you can read at your discretion unless you would like me to go into further detail on it.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the 5 companies, entities that you sent out to, and only 3 responded, or 2?
Go ahead, Mr. Fanning.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sweeney, so we sent out 5 surveys and 2 responded for the data center, correct?
Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So are these very large entities typically that are going after this type of an exemption?
Go ahead,
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sweeney, the answer to that question is yes. Inherent in the statutory obligations for this exemption outlines that these are very big companies. The exemption requires for significant investment to the state of Wyoming as far as and job creation, and they actually have to be certified by the Wyoming Business Council in order to be able to use this exemption. So the answer is yes, these are very big companies. it is also important to note that we do receive a lot of phone calls when we send out these exemption surveys. And a lot of times companies are afraid to report to us. And they ask if there is some sort of legislative teeth or consequence or penalty or however you want to say it if they don't respond. And so my answer to that in good faith is no, there is no consequence. But by not reporting to us with our annual surveys, you are not reporting the true cost of this exemption so that our legislative body can make informed decisions. And so hopefully that answers your question. Yes, these are very big companies, and just being able to qualify for this exemption means that you're a big company.
Okay. Representative Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are there any exemptions, any sunsets on these exemptions for data centers?
Mr. Fanning.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Roscoe, the answer is no. There was an exemption that was for the sale and repair of railroad rolling stock. This actually sunsetted July 1 of 2021. So as far as the data center and the coal gasification and the broadband, there is no sunset. Now, in the report that we're going to come up going forward, our manufacturing exemption does have a sunset date in 2027.
So, Mr. Fanning, the bottom line is we know there are 5 companies that are involved in this business. 2 of the 5 have reported to us of their purchases, and based on that, we've extrapolated that for that 2 of the 5, the cost is $15 million.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to clarify that.
Okay.
We have not done any projections in this regard. So as far as this cost figure that you're saying, it is just based on those 2 companies.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yes, that is correct.
So if the companies are all equal sized and with equal investments and they all took advantage of it, 15% represents 40% of the total. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, yes, that logic is correct.
So there you go. Yeah. Keep going.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so the last exemption report that my staff, along with various entities, is tasked with compiling is on the manufacturing machinery exemption. Now, this is one, as Representative Roscoe highlighted, there is a sunset on this one. Now, a few years ago, that sunset was actually pushed back into 2027. So there has been a push to sunset this one. And just in my experiences too, this sunset date has been moved back a couple times. But as far as the manufacturing machinery, this one's a little more difficult for our staff to quantify how much tax is foregone. The reason why is because our manufacturing definition is really broad. And so there are manufacturers who don't even know they're manufacturers. On the flip side, there are folks who say, I'm not a manufacturer, and per our statutory definition, you are. And so there's really this dance here that's very difficult for individuals, companies, taxpayers, even the reporting entities to move forward on because there are so many moving pieces with the manufacturing exemption. So just moving forward here, and again, we have a lot of wage, and it's also important to note too that with the data centers and the broadband providers, in relative terms, these are bigger companies. And so the Wyoming Business Council is able to provide us with a list of these companies. For the manufacturing exemption, it's much more difficult. And so we can survey data and broadband and ask for all of the wage benefits, all of the employment information. For manufacturing, we rely on another source to get that information, and that's the Wyoming Department of Workforce Services. So again, a lot of moving pieces here, but we're trying to do the best we can with the statutory tools that we also have. So this is one for fiscal year 2022. So July 1, 2021 through June 30th of 2022. So we actually surveyed 1,100 companies who we thought could be manufacturers. So, and just round figures for the discussion, 1,000 companies. We said, hey, you might be able to use this manufacturing exemption. So out of the 1,000, we received 484 responses back. Okay, so we're at half there. And then out of those half responses, there were 141 companies that said, yeah, I use this manufacturing exemption. Okay, so again, you've got another response rate that's below 50%. And again, some of these are valid reasons and some of these aren't. Some of the manufacturers that we think are manufacturers, they may not be utilizing this exemption. But on the flip side, there are also companies that may utilize it that shouldn't be. And so again, a dance there. And so if you look at the responses that we received from the surveys, so from those 484 responses, 141 companies said, yep, I use it. And they reported to us 101,127,000 in exempt purchases. So in that fiscal year, over 100 million in exempt purchases. Again, that's exempt purchases. You've got to take it by what we do as an average tax rate, which equals out to 5-6 million. It's also important to note too that in some of these reports that we have, we do work with the Wyoming, with A&I, with our A&I, because they have access to data modeling tools. And so they put it into their REMI analysis and say, hey, if you were to get rid of this exemption or clarify it or sunset it or however, how much is this going to cost the state of Wyoming in jobs or unemployment or foregone tax? And so, Mr. Chairman, that with the manufacturing piece out of the way, that's the last as far as I have with the exemption reports. We did not do a railroad rolling stock report because it sunsetted last fiscal year.
And thank you, Mr. Fanning. And so just to be clear again, we came up with $5 or $6 million in impacts based on the returns from a subset of the companies. So that's the sampled impacts. That's not the impact in the sector. We can pontificate about what that might be, but it's kind of hard to do, the total impact.
Mr. Chairman, the answer to that's yes. When we received our responses back, we did kind of separate it out. And so in general, these companies, they're all across the spectrum on how big they are. And that's why the manufacturing exemption is a lot more difficult for us, is because manufacturers could be bakers, they could be newspapers, they could be fill in the blank, all the way up into big mineral companies that can utilize this exemption if they're going to be refining products.
And then, Mr. Fanning, in terms of the extrapolation that the REMI model provided, in terms of the indirect effects, the ripple effects of the economy, those also would be limited by the amount of the reported responses, or did they extrapolate to the whole universe?
Mr. Chairman, so this would just be based on the reported figures. So the tax foregone would certainly be low. But in addition to that, the employment information.
Stimulated benefits, yeah.
Yes, the other benefits would also be low. And so you have these two pieces that are working together.
Appreciate it. Any other questions? Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we look at hindering our state's ability and attracting businesses even further than we already do and taking away tax exemptions, did the department look at what kind of revenue that these businesses bring into the state? I understand that, yes, they get tax exemptions, but businesses that spend that amount of money and get those type of exemptions also probably bring in a lot of revenue to the state. So we should probably also look at it from that point of view as well. And I was just curious if the department did look at that. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Co-Chairman, Senator James, it's really a complicated issue. And okay, so the answer to your question is those companies that are getting the tax exemptions, they may or may not even need the license with the department. Okay, And I'll say that again. So some of these companies may not even need to license with us to collect our tax. So a lot of these exemptions, and I don't want to call out any of the industries because that is not my intent here. But if there is a company that is, say, only providing data storage or something along those lines, they may not need to license with us and collect any tax. Okay, now there also is an argument to be made for other taxes you might pay into the state of Wyoming. Property tax is one of them. Okay, so these companies will likely pay some sort of property tax. But there are companies in these exemption reports that do not have to collect our tax because they're not considered vendors for us. So they are getting this exemption on the purchase side, but there may not be any sales tax consequence on the sales side. Did I say that correctly?
Well, go ahead, Director.
Mr. Chairman, Senator James, you bring up an excellent point. We do believe that the companies that are taking advantage of these exemptions are contributing via property tax, sales tax, other types of taxes, employment taxes, those types of things, which is one of the items that, as we move further into the memo, that I asked Administrator Fanning to put together, because I'm not sure that the statutory requirements and what we're providing within these reports are truly the important information that this committee would like to see. And so as we step back and as this committee looks at these reports, I'm thinking you may have other questions. And if we had a better response rate from those companies, and we just asked them, how much did you pay in property tax in the state of Wyoming? Those other investments that they've made to the community, if we could get that information, that may be what's of benefit to this committee. The other question that I had when I started looking at these exemptions is, why have we chosen this list, this rather small list of exemptions that are specifically designed to provide an economic incentive? When we know, if you go through all of the exemptions for sales and use tax, we've got a significant list of exemptions that are specifically for economic and so benefit to the state of Wyoming, and that incentive for those businesses to locate here in Wyoming. So that's why we thought, have that discussion with the committee as well to determine if we need to be looking at this in a different manner. And we're not sure we have all the answers today, but it may even be something that perhaps might be a good interim topic. How do we really determine whether the exemptions that the legislature puts in place are having the end result that is intended? So with that, Brett, if you want to go over the specifics, if I answered your question, Senator James, perhaps go over the specifics of some options that you had come up with for future reference on these reports.
Mr. Fanning.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Director Henson. And so everyone can see the memo that I had produced. These were topics that have been discussed for years and years, but with Director Henson's approval, I've actually put them down in writing, just to sort of clarify what is the legislative intent with these exemptions, or more better said, what is the intent of this reporting requirement that involves a variety of different entities to try and provide reliable information to the committee. And so there's a couple options that the department and my amazing staff have come up with to maybe see if it's a better way. Again, just for discussion. But one of the thoughts I had was to remove subparagraph Q from this exemption. And what that does is, this is the railroad rolling stock exemption that actually sunsetted. And so it's a little confusing in there to still have it in the statute, but it is something that is potentially clarifying. Okay, the second proposal that I had was with regard to that coal gasification exemption. The department has no way of knowing. And I'm not sure there's any state agency, maybe permitting wise or something along those lines. We just don't know who could use this exemption. And so by removing it, that would also clarify some of the information in here as well. We've reported for years and years that we don't know of anyone who's using it. But that's anecdotally. We don't know who's out there that may be using it that shouldn't. And so that was a proposal that I'd had. The third proposal that I had was it kind of meshes together removing the coal gasification and the railroad rolling stock from the statute and just says, hey, the department's going to survey the people for these exemptions, and then we're going to ask you the amount of sales tax that was exempted, how many jobs did you create, and then how much property tax did you pay? So that was one item that we looked at. Simplifying this reporting requirement really removes this monumental task of a variety of entities trying to get everyone the information that they're searching. So that was a third proposal I had. Proposal number 4 was, okay, let's actually put in statute how this is working right now. And so that is, you involve the Wyoming Business Council, the Department of Workforce Services, A&I, and the Department of Revenue, and let's survey all these folks and let's get all the wage, benefit, tax exempted, job creation information that you're looking for. Proposal number 4 in my memo is pretty close to how it worked this year. And you can see that in other points in my memo. It is a large undertaking for my staff that, in addition to other entities who are spending time trying to help us out. And then proposal number 5 is you add some sort of clarifying language, but then you add some sort of, and I'm going to air quotes, legislative teeth here, where this is, and I don't know what the legislature should deem necessary here, even if at all, but maybe it's, we have a delinquent taxpayer list. Maybe we put a list of the folks who didn't respond to us. Now that inherently has its downfalls as well, but it's an option. We've also got options in here is you can't use the exemption in the future. This also has downfalls because you didn't report to us, so we don't know how much money was exempted from your purchases. And then there's also ones in here, audit referrals, license revocations, or any other methods as determined by the legislature. Again, just food for thought. Even if we had a 100% response rate with our surveys, we're still going to have difficulty. It'd be better, no question, but we're still going to have difficulty determining, hey, how much sales and use tax was foregone, but what did the state of Wyoming, what did Laramie County, what did fill in the blank county get in return for it? And then my last proposal was to somehow maybe repeal this statute, discuss it in an interim discussion, and see if there's a better way. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for any questions.
Questions for Mr. Fanning? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for all the information. And I looked over your proposals, and I really liked what you mentioned in proposal number 5 about an inability to use the exemption in the future if they don't. I mean, the fact that we're getting less than 50% of these surveys back, and you're not having the information you need, I think we have to have some teeth. And I think back about how many of these businesses received, state money through the Wyoming Business Council, and the idea was to get them a jump start. And if we're not getting the information back from them on how many jobs they created and what's going on with their business, I think we've got to have some teeth in there to be able to help you guys and to also provide some revenue.
Anybody else? Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 2 of your memo, halfway down, item number 1, survey results, the word ineffective. And then on item number 2, even if the Wyoming Department of Revenue could get 100% response rate, we still don't have a comprehensive list for companies utilizing these exemptions or any other exemptions for that matter. So my question to you and the director is, a few years ago, we had different versions of a corporate tax bill, a franchise tax, different iterations of basically similar to a gross receipts tax. that's not my point. My point is that at that time, we were trying to get information on companies with their filing, annual filing, to find out if it's even conceivable to put in place a corporate tax and from outside the state. So I'm wondering if now with this information, if on their annual report, there had been pushback on doing such a thing, but with this information, I think it'd be very helpful, you know, on their annual filing, whether they're a C Corp, LLC, S Corp, on those filings, that would be, if there were lines provided on that filing, would that be helpful? Could we make that useful in this sense? Because you're talking major companies on most of it.
I'm not sure who that was for. Was that you, Mr. Fanning, or Director
No,
Henson?
both.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sweeney, you're correct. There was a movement towards when they file with the Secretary of State's office, those business filings, and any of that information. I mean, communication in that and identifying those companies is definitely a start. But I do think that simplifying the form, perhaps, what we ask them, you know, let's just spell out exactly what it is that we need and hopefully make it easier for these companies to report. I completely understand some of the companies are very hesitant because if you've only got 5 companies in the entire state and the 2 that report, that's almost making their information public, correct? And so I understand the hesitancy for those companies, particularly when they're seeing that their competitors are not reporting. And so I totally understand their concern there. So bottom line, Representative Sweeney, I do think it's something that could be considered, and we can certainly, you know, visit with the Secretary of State's office on how difficult adding that piece would be. But with that, my biggest concern is ensuring that we as a department and as an agency are spending our payroll hours wisely and getting the information that this committee deems appropriate for these exemptions, as opposed to perhaps spending a great deal of time getting information that you really are not considering in the future. And I really don't know exactly what the intent of the reporting mechanism for just these exemption bills. However, I will state that it's always been my belief that anytime you grant an exemption across the board, whether it's property tax, sales and use tax, if an exemption is granted, what is the intent of the legislature for that exemption? And is this process of getting these reports on an annual basis, is that to determine whether the exemption should continue? What is the ultimate goal of this information sharing exercise that is taking place?
All right, who's next? Representative Henderson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'm wondering if my understanding is correct, that this information that you have, limited as it is generated on a pull system where you send a survey and you get a response. I mean, I have a follow-up, but is that correct?
Director Hanson?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Henderson, yes, and in fact, we do have some of it where they can simply provide the information online.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So is there no way that we might have access on an ongoing basis in an automated means, an automated mechanism, so that I mean, much like what Walmart does when they make a sale, it works all the way through their value chain. So if it needs to be reordered or whatever, and there's records and whatnot, is there no way that we can get that information on an automated basis when these sales transactions occur? Because it's pretty obvious how they're coded. And that's just a matter of setup, I think.
Right, but you got to remember Walmart has a register and somebody there and they're
Yeah.
scan it and the barcode goes through, but this is a little different.
Yeah.
Director Henson.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Henderson, again, keeping in mind, the company that is taking advantage of the exemption is providing an exemption certificate to the vendor, the person that's selling the goods. And it's the person selling the goods that actually reports to us, not the purchaser. And so that's why it's important that we go to the purchaser to determine. So, you know, they're buying equipment, goods from multiple companies, multiple vendors. And so to try and gather that from all the multiple vendors, when truly the source, the better source and the more accurate source would be the purchaser who is taking advantage of the exemption. And as Administrator Fanning said, some of these companies are not vendors in any way, shape, or form. So they don't even remit or report sales tax to the Department of Revenue because they don't sell anything.
So just by way of this discussion of these exemptions, we don't really have a bill. I mean, we could talk about repealing one and preparing a bill. We could do something like that. But this is, the main purpose of this is educational, to try to illuminate for us how difficult this area is. And I think we are getting to that. We do have other things that we need to get to from the Department of Revenue. So let's think about that. But Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no idea how any of this works, so this is, can't they just write the name on the certificate of the person that bought it? So that way you know who the purchaser is?
Go ahead.
Mr.
We need to have a
Chairman.
name for, like, rather than Administrator Fanning. I think, like Squad Leader Fanning or Battalion Commander Fanning.
Mr. Chairman, I'm up for anything you'd like.
Anyway, go ahead,
Mr.
Mr. Fanning.
Chairman, Senator James. So the answer to that question is yes. On that exemption certificate, they do have to provide who they gave that exemption certificate to. Where all of this gets very difficult from is you take, for example, a large retailer that you're talking to, they are getting exemption certificates from thousands and thousands of people. In addition to that, they are also getting exemptions related to our 50+ other exemptions. And so when the vendor is compiling all these results and tax that they need to submit to us at the end of the month, quarter, or year, they've got a lot of different sales that they've made. Some are taxable, some aren't. So compiling that list can be a little difficult. That's the first point. The second point is when they report to us, it's just one lump sum, non-taxable exempt figure. And I really hesitate in requiring companies to report which exemptions were being claimed because there are so many of them. And so trying to tabulate that, compile it, even the Department of Revenue doesn't have that source and doesn't have that availability. Our return just has a gross sales, non-taxable or exempt, and then the net of those is taxable. So reporting these would be very difficult with the amount of exemptions that we have.
All right. This was a happy topic. Representative Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since this is a source of education for me especially, I always assumed, Director Henson and Mr. Fanning, that we gave these exemptions, Wyoming gave these exemptions to attract business. So do you think that having sunset, I always thought it's the cost of doing business to tax them similar to other states and as we've done in the past. So in your opinion, do you think it's a good idea to start putting some sunsets on these things so we can get rid of the whole problem and just have a level tax? Thank you, Mr.
Director Henson. Sounds a little like policy. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Roscoe, I think that as far as an exemption relates, we have exemptions across the board in taxation. We have exemptions for pollution control exemptions in property tax. We have economic incentive exemptions in property tax, sales and use tax, mineral taxation. There are a lot of exemptions out there. So I think as a policy, as a legislature, reviewing exemptions is a good thing, absolutely. And I think this committee has spent a great deal of time throughout years going over all the exemptions. We went over all of them last interim. And so I think that exercise to just ensure we recognize to whom we're giving exemptions, because keep in mind, anytime you grant an exemption, whether it's sales and use, property tax, you're shifting that tax burden to those that are paying taxes. And so I believe that specific to your question, I think that due diligence and having the discussion is important. Whether you want to put an exemption, or excuse me, a sunset on each of these and revisit it every so often, possibly, but I don't believe that is the catalyst for the discussion. I think this committee already ensures that discussion about exemptions continues to occur on, every other budget session. We did get rid of pagers. Sometimes we do eliminate exemptions. Sometimes we add exemptions. But so that being said, I think it's always just important to keep in the back of the mind. But I definitely would not advocate for this body to put an exemption on all the economic incentive exemptions at this point.
Okay, thank you, Director. Anybody else? We need to move on. I will just say that, but let's
Just,
represent.
Mr. Chairman, so on the memo, what was your idea on these possible statutory changes?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to see possibly, I think broad. And so my preference would be that we repeal the specific laws that relate to these reports that you've just seen today. And then in the interim, that we truly look at taxation as a broad subject and determine how we are going to quantify how exemptions for economic incentive are utilized, what information that we would need, not just in sales and use tax, property tax, looking at that whole gambit. That's my preference as administrator of these types of laws.
Anybody else? So I'm worried about getting the cart before the horse. I totally agree that this system is not working. But if we get rid of the reporting requirements and yet leave the exemptions in place, then we have more than nothing to go on. This way, we at least say, oh, we got some problems here figuring this out. And it holds our feet to the fire a little bit. I'm not opposed to having more reporting requirements from our businesses. But I think you'll find some that oppose it very strongly. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, one last comment.
Representative Ed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I did have the occasion on the rolling stock to talk to one of the mines that actually owns railroad cars, and they indicated they were not very happy that exemption went away because it cost them quite a bit more, because obviously it passed on through from the company to the mining company that owned the cars. So just a comment.
Anybody else? Not seeing anything. Let's go ahead with your other items.
Mr. Chairman, as we move on, the other report that we're required to provide to this committee is the mineral tax exemption. And I don't believe we've ever discussed this report historically. Craig Grenvik, the administrator for mineral tax, is available and here if you'd like him to speak to it, but that report is that's under 3914-205 that requires the department to provide the exemption numbers that are in 3914-205N. If there are questions, Mr. Grenvik can approach the mic. If not, we'll move on.
Committee, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Just a question is, Director, is you reference N and O in there, and we just passed this, as I recall, a couple of years ago, didn't we? I thought we just passed this, and it's when prices are really low. I recall we had quite a debate in the House and Senate about this bill, and kind of came to these. Am I recalling this right? This N and O?
Let's hear from Mr. Grenvig, please. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harshman, yes, that was just a couple of sessions ago that this was
You
instituted.
might pull that
yes.
mic closer. You're being soft-spoken today. Go ahead.
Yes, I believe it was 2 sessions ago that this was instituted. This is only the second time we've provided this report. In rough terms, the first go around, it was about 12 million. This year, it's a little over 4 million.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, so, and this is I'm just trying to work on failing memory, but is this a severance tax break then, or what? And is this, yeah, that's my first question.
Yeah, explain this exemption to us if you could, what it's for.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harshman, yes, this is a severance tax exemption for new production that's come online beginning in sometime in 21. Take a look at the reports. This was, it's not really a strike price, but there's a trigger price. So you're looking at index prices, both for natural gas and for oil for the prior 12 months. And if it's below the trigger prices, then you get the exemption. But if the index prices have recovered, then the exemptions are no longer in place. Again, these aren't strike prices. They don't go away. This is something we have to continue to track. But if the prior 12 months of index prices for natural gas was above 295 for Henry Hub, then that month's production does not qualify. And I believe it's $50 for West Texas Intermediate. So, there are sideboards basically on this for the first month of production. And with the way the prices have been, clearly for the next year, we won't be seeing this, and probably sometime into the future.
Mr. Chairman, and then just to follow up.
Go ahead.
So this only applies to the first month of new production?
It doesn't apply to the first month. It applies to the first year of production. You get an incentive if the first month of production, this
index
price is below the indicator price.
So, Mr. Chairman, you only get the exemption for a year.
For a
at
year,
max.
correct.
And does this exemption go away? It seemed like it's time limited.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harshman, it does not go away. There isn't a strike price / a sunsetter. This is something we have to continue to monitor. And obviously, in this environment, there's nothing that's going to trigger that incentive because the prices are, I would guess most people in this room would say wonderfully high.
Sure. So, Mr. Chair, okay,
Keep
so
going.
this, Mr. Chairman, this doesn't, I thought this went away.
No, it's
Like in 2025 or something. This whole idea goes away at some point. This was kind of when we were in the low of COVID and all that, and no production and negative oil prices, and trying to get a little incentive going.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harshman, yes, there is an ultimate sunset date on this. In the interim, we still have to track the prices. I'm not seeing a specific
We'll look it up.
quote. I believe it's in 2025. It does go away, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So let's just be clear on this. So where we have the exemption, says gas 4%, oil 4%, and then goes down that line. That is the amount they pay if they qualify for the exemption, as opposed to the full amount of the severance tax. This is severance, right? Yeah, so as opposed to the full amount of severance, which would be 6% probably, so it's like, it averaged 6%, wouldn't it, roughly?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's correct. The full amount for the base amount for natural gas and oil is 6%. And so for the first 6 months of qualification, it's at 4% severance tax rate. The next 6 months is 5%.
So that's, you see why we're kind of collecting, if you have a 4% exempted amount, it should have been 6%, and that's why those numbers are roughly 2/3. You collect 2/3 of the tax. See how those numbers are working out? So that's what's happening here. It only applies for the first year of production, and it only applies if the index price is below a certain amount, and I think $50 was suggested. And so, but it doesn't go away on its own, it goes away with respect to the sunset. So, but honestly, when you look at this, did a 2% difference between gas at 4% and gas at 6%, which in October, December 2021 cost us $607,000. Did that stimulate production or not? And I would submit to you it didn't. Didn't have anything to do with what they were doing. It was the price of the oil and gas. And at the time we put this in, there was negative prices for oil. I don't know if you remember that, but that was coming off the first COVID. So anyway, I don't think these do any good, but they do cost us during this period $4.3 million.
Mr. Chairman, may I add?
You got the sunset?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. 3914-205 and does say crude oil and natural gas production resulting from any well that is drilled on or after July 1st, 2020 and prior to December 31st, 2025.
So if we expect high prices for the next couple of years, which is what our forecasters are saying, I think it's, we really don't have to worry about this. Just, yeah, if we expect prices to get low again, it's gonna catch us but it'd have to get low again before 2025. I got that right?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Okay. We're good on this one? Any other questions? Back to you for the department.
Mr. Chairman, I had mentioned earlier that we had asked for a little bit of time to consider some administrative clarification. And Mr. Anderson was kind enough to put together some draft language. I hope you all have a copy. Just proposed statutory changes. And the first of which is in the realm of mineral taxation. We currently have the authority to waive penalty at the Department of Revenue if it's as part of a settlement or for good cause. We do not have that authority for interest on tax. I wanted to let the committee know that we have the authority for both on excise tax. And so adding this language in each of the sections, 108, 208, 308, all of the mineral types would just put us in line with how we administer sales and use tax. So that's the first ask. The second ask relates to the second page, number 2. So for when we receive audit findings for a taxpayer under mineral taxation, we have 1 year from the time of the audit findings being certified to go ahead and process that audit finding. We don't have the same language in excise tax, sales and use tax specifically. So sometimes there's a concern where we bump up against a 1-year time frame, and then we don't have time to process the return, that audit finding, and notify the taxpayer within a 1-year time period. So what we're asking for is to take the language from mineral statutes and add it to sales and use tax, just trying to get some consistency. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd answer any questions. And again, I appreciate the time that you've allowed us.
Okay, thank you very much, Director. Questions for the Director? This could potentially be a bill, so I think we ought to think about it that way and maybe see if there's some interest from the public in testifying on these issues. So hang tight. Anybody from the public like to address us on these two potential issues? Yes, sir. Mr. Jensen, welcome. Get it?
There we go.
It's the Charlie Scott thing. Everybody has trouble. Go ahead, Mr. Jensen.
Mr. Chairman, committee, thank you. I'm Bob Jensen. I'm with the law firm of Holland and Hart, and I'm here today representing the Alliance of Wyoming Manufacturers. This is my treasurer of that organization, Rex Lewis, with Puma Steel here in Cheyenne. But quickly, and I understand we're at a time constraint here, but I wanted to just address the issue of the manufacturing sales tax exemption for capital equipment purchases that are used in manufacturing. Just really quickly, the whole purpose of this exemption is to incent capital investment that is utilized by Wyoming manufacturers in their business to continue to be competitive in their business, to be able to generate the revenues that they receive or that they can use to grow their industry. Part of the issue is incentive for new companies that are thinking about locating in Wyoming. But probably as important, or if not more important, is the ability for existing Wyoming companies to remain competitive in the environments and the markets that they're working in. And Mr. Lewis will talk a little bit about that. But I think it's important for you to understand where manufacturing sits in our overall economic picture. And so looking at the most recent gross domestic product numbers for Wyoming, manufacturing comes in at about fourth. Certainly after oil and gas and mining, that's clearly the driver of our economy for sure. But consistently over the time frame that this exemption has been in existence and before that, it's always been a major contributor to gross domestic product in Wyoming. And it's also a major employer in our state. And the jobs that are created are consistently high wage jobs, well benefited jobs. This is a important component of our economy, and it is also very much a driver of diversification of our economy. So I think that's really important. The issue of competition, how do we compete in the markets that we as manufacturers sell into? And I'd like Rex to give just a couple of data points on that.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I got a map.
And your name again, sir?
Rex Lewis, Puma Steel, president of Puma Steel here in Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Okay.
I'm also the secretary of Alliance of Wyoming Manufacturers.
Welcome.
Brought a map here, and it's about manufacturing tax exemptions. 42 states have it, and ours is not very liberal by their standards. For example, Texas, if you prepare a mill, they actually consider you a manufacturer. So I would say, please don't make us less competitive in the marketplace. Our market is primarily the Rocky Mountain region, but we've gone from coast to coast. Right now, our biggest project is, according to the Denver Post, the largest Class A office building ever built in downtown Denver. I will share some numbers with you just to make a point. It's about a $32 million project. That's $32 million coming into Wyoming that wouldn't be coming into Wyoming. One of our larger projects also on the books right now is in Utah, Air Force Base out in Utah. One of our nice projects that we understand we're going to get a contract for this week is the University of Wyoming student housing, and we thank you for supporting that and funding that. Unfortunately, when we bid it, it was a $10 million steel project. Now it's about a $7 million steel project. Apparently, you guys didn't give them quite enough funds, but it's 3 buildings they're going to build 2, and I'm sure they'll be back to see you come legislative season. Anyway, to make my point, after that student housing bid, there was a project over at UW that was for the law school over there. And that went to an Idaho fabricator. So those millions of dollars are not coming into the state. Point is, we generate a lot of revenue into this state. And if you don't see it in when we buy manufacturing equipment, you certainly see it in our payrolls and when our employees go out and buy their kids jeans to go to school. We spend an awful lot of money. One of the other things that we do, we have a retail business that's not related to our fabrication business, and that's a lumber yard for steel. We typically have 5,000 to 10,000 tons of steel on the ground, more than anybody in Wyoming. If we weren't there, that steel would be bought and be purchased out of state. And for you guys to collect use tax, I'm sure your revenue department would tell you that would not be very easy. One last thing that I would share with you, back to this map, that there's 42 states that do not collect sales tax on manufacturing capital expenditures. It's just a paper transaction. If I want to buy a welding machine in Arkansas, and we had sales tax up here, just quoted FOB Arkansas. Now I have to arrange the freight instead of they have to arrange the freight. There's still no tax. It's where you take possession of the equipment. It's probably a bunch of attorneys up there, and I'm here with the Department of Revenue, so they can certainly correct me. But if I buy a piece of machinery in a state that is tax exempt, we just make it FOB Arkansas. Now I have to arrange the freight, although there is a term called FOB Arkansas, freight allowed Wyoming. And so there is no tax revenue then either, because the transaction took place in Arkansas, and Arkansas is tax exempt on manufacturing equipment. So even
I think you might be a little wrong on that.
Okay, well,
So
I
the use
stand here
tax
with a
always
bunch of-
comes in.
I'm sorry?
We have the use tax, and that is always applicable.
Well,
So it doesn't matter where you pick it up.
Well, that's
Just
even,
put to use in
that even
Wyoming.
makes me plead louder to not do away with this exemption for manufacturers, because I have to compete with the people from Arkansas. And I would urge you not to make it more expensive for me to do business than the people in Arkansas. Thank you.
So you guys know, I mean, there was no motion, and there's no motion about these bills. So do you have anything about the proposed changes, statutory changes from the department?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Jensen?
I think anything to make it streamlined and get you better information is good. So,
Right.
but I do want to make one more comment, if that's possible, Mr. Chairman. The issue is competitiveness in national, regional, national, and global markets. And we have a number of manufacturing companies that compete in global markets. And we have unprecedented opportunities in Wyoming that are going to be here in the next 10, 15, 20 years. The nuclear energy expansion with a number of different technologies, the fuels for that potentially being able to be manufactured here, carbon capture, utilization and storage, hydrogen production and transportation, renewables generation of all kinds. These are industries that diversify our economy within our major economic sector, which is energy. And these are all industries that have the capacity to use components that are manufactured by Wyoming manufacturers. The components that are manufactured by Wyoming manufacturers for these projects certainly can go into the projects that are built here, but they can also go into these projects that are built using these technologies in other states and other countries. And that is the opportunity that we have with Wyoming manufacturing, is to grow our ability to export these products with these kinds of technologies globally. And that is actually happening today, and it can expand if we remain competitive. That's our message, and we're done.
Anybody? Thank you very much. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you have suggestions on how we can become more competitive? I mean, not just remain competitive, but more competitive.
Mr. Jensen.
Well, first would be not to increase the taxes on business. That's important. A stability and a consistency to a tax structure that businesses can count on is probably the biggest thing that we can do. And then I think continuing to use the bully pulpit of this group, the governor's office, to be able to help companies that are going to be working in the industries that are coming to the state and existing industries that are already here, helping them understand the value of and the capacity of Wyoming's manufacturing sector to be relevant to what they're building is probably a big way to help with that as well.
Could I make a comment on that? I think addressing the market and understanding the market, we as a nation are going to spend $300 billion in manufacturing facilities for microchips. Your friends from Idaho just announced $100 million in construction in New York. I would have much preferred it was in Wyoming, but Intel, et cetera, are spending $300 billion to increase their manufacturing. The electric automobile batteries is another very hot market. So understanding the market, and then you know who the players are, and you just have to get in front of them.
Representative Yen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, I think we've been ranked the tax-friendliest state for businesses for several years, and that's been pretty consistent. But I'd also say it's been pretty consistent that we haven't had that much business growth in a while. So I wonder if there are other things that we can focus on to incentivize businesses coming here other than just tax policy. Do you have any other ideas? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Who would like to address that? Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Representative Yen. I think tax policy is important, but I also think, again, having the ability to make our case in the capacity of the companies that are here to be relevant to those other companies that need these kinds of components and understand the value of what Wyoming manufacturing can do for them, not just in Wyoming, but in other markets that they're in, I think is really important. But I can't overestimate or overstate, I guess, the importance of a consistent, reliable tax base.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Co-Chairman.
I was just, appreciate you being here. How many employees do you have here in Cheyenne now?
75.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Let's go through the chair, you
I
guys.
think, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, we got to talk through the chair.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry.
I apologize.
Mr. Chairman, and
I'm not very good at this.
Just go through the chair.
And as the sector you represent, manufacturing here today, I mean, that's a pretty large player in Wyoming, 75 employees. It's not like we have a large plant with 2,000 manufacturing jobs in one spot, And I think that's going to be our future moving forward. It's going to be these 75, 5, 10, 15, 25 type. What's your thoughts on that?
Who'd like to address that?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think any size, we love them all, we need to find a way to attract it. And one, back to the other question, also it's Representative, Mr. Chairman, it answers your question, is one of the things that I've seen is these nuclear reactors. Everybody wants zero carbon fuel, whether it's renewables or it's nuclear. And we're in a very, very good place to provide it. And it's like a magnet. There's everybody, the steel industry, the big players, the multi-billion-dollar boys, they're all trying to produce zero carbon steel. And the biggest handicap is their fuel. 41% of their carbon footprint in this country right now for steel production is the power that they use. So, you know, I would facilitate anything that has to do with renewables, whether I'm okay with coal. I'm kind of an old-fashioned guy, but it is very fashionable, and there is a world of looking for zero carbon fuels. I think some of the negotiations we ought to do at the state level is, yeah, we're going to participate in this, but we want to hold back for the Wyoming Business Council 5% of that power. We want to be able to attract other companies into our state. And then, you know, I think there was a piece of legislation out there that said something about a project-specific small nuclear reactor and making that available. I think those are the kind of things that you can use to attract companies to the state.
Well, Mr.
Go ahead,
Chairman,
Mr.
I
Co-Chair.
appreciate, you know, and a lot of this stuff's a long game, you know, that it was a nuclear energy production task force. It's been 10 years ago now. We modernized all our laws, got ourselves really the leader in the country for on-site storage. And so it's been a long process, but I agree with you. But I think part of this too, you know, Business Council too, part of it is the hard part we deal with too, livable communities. You know, you gotta have good schools, you gotta have healthcare, gotta have all those things. And so it's just a process, keep moving forward, but appreciate all the jobs you provide and all the good work. Appreciate you being here today.
Thank you both. Anybody else? I'm sort of hoping we get comments on the proposal by the Department of Revenue. They're looking for a bill draft here. Mr. Obermuller.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Peter
Good afternoon.
Obermuller, President of the Petroleum Association of Wyoming. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to say that the department's recommendation regarding having the same authority on penalties and interest, we would support.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Obermuller? Thank you, Mr. Obermuller. Anybody else like to address the proposed changes? Anybody else? Anybody online?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have Josh Durrell from Wyoming Business Council.
Let's let Director Durrell in. Josh, can you hear us? Director Durrell?
Mr. Chairman, I can. Thank you. My name is Josh Durrell. I'm the CEO of the Wyoming Business Council. Just wanted to provide a quick comment on some of the things that have been brought up by the Department of Revenue. Director Henson and my team, her team and my team had a discussion around many of these elements that were covered early on. For example, the data center and the manufacturing, as well as the broadband tax exemptions. And you know, one of the things that we definitely support is data about whether the exemptions are working or not. And you know, we balance the idea of the private businesses as well as the state, and how do we make sure that we are getting the economic benefit from those, and that the state is being covered as well. And so we're kind of in the middle of that. And what I wanted to say today is that we're definitely in support of helping that process out and working with the Department of Revenue in the interim to either help with developing the system or providing the right information in a report, or at least outlining how the report should, you know, what it should present, and allowing the Department of Revenue to do that analysis and track it better. While I was listening to the committee and others, it did seem a little odd that in today's, you know, technology and the way things are, that we are not tracking it a little bit better. And I can't speak to why that is, but I believe it was Representative Henderson who mentioned, and of course it is a little more complicated than this, but mentioned that, Walmart runs a sale and they can determine its efficacy very, very quickly with the systems they have in place. Now, granted, this one's a little more complicated, maybe a few more calculations and a few more inputs. But again, I think that that's exactly what we want to get to, is a place where we can understand the true efficacy on a holistic level, not just on a one point issue, but looking at the entire spectrum for that business and what it impacts, how it impacts the community and the state, and then what that takes to do so. I think, again, if we're just sticking with reporting and all of that, we're definitely willing to help, because if for nothing else, perhaps we could sunset this whole idea of sunsetting, because the economic impact is so great, but that's not my call, but the data would suss that out. So, thank you for the committee for a lot of insightful comments and a lot of insightful questions about this. And just wanted to make sure that everyone knew that we were definitely in support of the Department of Revenue and would be willing to help out in the interim to make this streamlined, but also effective. As you mentioned today, maybe it's not all the way there.
Thank you, Mr. Durrell. Questions for Mr. Durrell? How are you spelling insightful, by the way? It could go either way. No worries. It's just putting you on the spot. It's okay. We got it. Anybody else? Thank you, Director Durrell. Appreciate it very much. Thank you. Back to is there anyone else online? So we've sort of heard from all this about the exemptions. We don't really know what to do, but we do have a specific proposal from the department that we could make into a bill. People have seen it. It doesn't seem to be a dramatic change. So the thoughts on that? I think the department would prefer that either the committee or someone take up their bill today. And so we could do that. I don't see a reason why not. But what are your thoughts, committee?
Mr. Chairman?
Who is it? Senator Pappas.
Yeah. I agree, and I think these changes make perfect sense. Would it be possible for us to ask LSO to draft a bill based on these changes? I know we won't have another meeting to ratify it, but certainly we'll have plenty of time in session for both the Senate and the House committees to look at them. But I think it would be great for us to sponsor a bill right now, even though we won't have a chance to work it in committee.
Well, I think we could work this, but we don't have it in proper form.
In proper form, that's what I
committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Got it from Sweeney. So we do have a proposal. Josh, is this a doable bill?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I had worked with the department in putting this together with them, so I think it's in fairly decent shape. Up to you if you want to do it as one bill or two bills. One is a mineral tax changes, the other are sales and use tax changes. It could potentially be done as one bill as a just kind of a tax administration revisions or something like that as one subject, but up to you, Mr. Chairman. That's a policy decision.
Good question, Mr. Co-Chairman. We'll leave that question open for now. Mr. Co-Chairman.
Just kind of maybe for the director, what kind of money are we talking about? By simplifying this, is it 100,000 a year in interest, or is it? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harshman, we don't have a dollar amount. These are very specific situations, and quite honestly, we don't anticipate using this often. We don't waive penalties regularly. Again, has to be part of a settlement or for good cause. And so while we don't approve these types of waiving the dollar amounts, we just feel that it's appropriate that they be uniform in both tax structures. But I don't have a dollar amount for you.
Just for the folks listening online, in case you don't have this information in front of you, each and every, the language is exactly the same with respect to enforcement in every case. And it is that the department may credit or waive interest imposed by this subsection as part of a settlement or for any other good cause. So it has to be one of those two reasons. And that's at least one part of the bill. The other one is with respect to the timing of audits. And so the question is, do we put it together in one bill and call it a tax administration bill? I'm fine with that. Or do we split them off? So did you have anything you wanted to add? Just stay close if you don't mind. There might be. Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, just so for my own clarification, is the motion to sponsor a bill by the committee right now?
Yes, I mean, I think that's what we're getting to. So this language, actually, it's not in proper bill form, but it did come from the LSO. You know, I will make that note, so. And it has been available to the public, Josh?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it was posted sometime late last week, I think. So
Okay, so
it's been on the
maybe not-
website for at least the weekend. I think Thursday or Friday went up.
So it's you know, we oversee the Department of Revenue, or oversee's not the right word. We partner with the Department of Revenue. This is an administrative change they would like. They think it'd make their job easier and clearer. We've heard from a taxpayer who likes it. But that's where we're at. And we've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Is there any discussion about one bill or two? We just call it tax administration, put it in one bill? Right now, it's one bill, okay? Any further discussion? It's gonna be a roll call, yeah. If you would, Emily, when you get a chance.
Senator Baldwin. Aye. Senator James.
Excused.
Senator Pappas.
Aye.
Senator Schuler. Aye. Representative Baker. Aye. Representative Gray. Aye. Representative Hallinan. Aye. Representative Henderson. Aye. Representative Jennings. Representative Roscoe.
Aye.
Representative Sweeney.
Aye.
Representative Yen.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Harshman. Chairman Case.
Aye.
That passes.
Okay, so committee, we should go to lunch. Should we come back at, it's 20 to 1, so I think we should come back at 2 o'clock. Does that work for everybody? We'll start promptly at 2.